Checking. It says going live. Has this not been live this whole time? Guys, I just narrated this entire setup, startup sequence, and jibber jabbered for like 15, 20 minutes while I set up my flight plan and all that. And you didn't get to see any of it because for whatever reason it did not go live until I went back just now to the Chrome page and ensured it was live, which it was not. So glad I checked it. But yeah, so you missed kind of the whole startup sequence there. We are in the DC-3. We are doing. Let me just jibber jabber again real fast, I guess. We are in the DC-3. We are doing the second and final leg from Atlanta to Las Vegas, carrying the Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing Team from race to race. So we're going from Atlanta to. We yesterday we did Atlanta to OKC. We're fuel restricted in DC-3. It just doesn't have the range of a lot of modern planes. Today we're doing OKC to Vegas. Now I am cheating in that I just don't feel like doing another fuel stop. So I'm cheating, and I'm going to cheat fuel somewhere midair and put more gas in the plane than it can actually carry. So you'll have to forgive that little bit of immersion breakage, but that's what's happening. I just don't feel like doing another stop. So here we are at Will Rogers World International in Oklahoma City. I've flown in and out of this airport a gajillion times in the real world because, you know, I lived in OKC and was based out of OKC for about 18 years, and so much of my professional career was out of OKC, and so I used to fly out of this airport a lot. I've flown in and out of each of these runways a gajillion times as a passenger. And a few times in sim, a few times I seem to find a way to nostalgically always wind my way through OKC from time to time on various flights. Off in the distance there, you can see the top of the Devon Tower, the monolith that dominates the Oklahoma City's downtown skyline. It's a beautiful building. It's got a great restaurant at the top called Vast. If you're ever in OKC and you want some fine dining with a view, it's a good one. If you want some less fine dining with better food, let me know. I got all the scoops on that. Let's go to our airport taxi map here real fast. I think it's just all the way down here to the right, if I'm not mistaken. Our overlay. We're going to be taking off 17 left here. I'll be making a couple of calls in a moment. Using the Stephen 3 departure to get out of here. Anyway, love flying the DC-3. Yesterday we did the first half, roughly half, about 5.5 hours, I think it was, maybe 5 hours in this thing, and there was a lot of cloud cover across the eastern United States, and I ended up having to climb to 18,000 feet, no, 16,000 feet for a good sum of it. And man, this thing just doesn't, and there's an equilibrium at about 10,000 where it has the best, I guess it's air density, and like the propellers are just, they're most efficient at those at that 10,000 altitude. So I'm hoping the whole way today I can stay at 10,000 because I was so slow. Like we were cruising at 110, 120 for a lot of it. When we got lucky, we got up to about 140. Look how tiny that glider is. Wow. That is so small. Oh my God. But anyway. Oh, did I miss? Okay, we're cheating first. It's okay. It's all good. This is what this airplane is made for, even if it's not what you would be doing in Oklahoma City's airport. We're just going to taxi across this grass here, baby. I ain't scared. Landing lights are on, so everything's fine. I guess I should have taken a closer look. I thought it was all the way down to the right. I didn't realize I was on... yeah. Should have turned there on Echo 1, clearly. And didn't do it. Well, I suppose we should look behind us to see if anything's incoming. Breaking the rules over here. Anyway, all good. Just having fun. It's a game, right? It's not a simulator. It's VAT sim, so no pressure. All right. OKC traffic, Roush 617 departing runway 17 left on the Stephen 3 departure for Las Vegas. OKC traffic. All right, looks like we've got a bit of a crosswind up here. Spool them up, spool them up, spool them up. Come back on our view here, we don't need that. What's the message? Go ahead and put one notch of flaps in. Not that we need it in this bird necessarily to get off the ground. Alright, release gently. Easy on the steering with the rear wheel. The rudder will start taking effect at about 60 miles an hour. There we go, rear wheel's off the deck. Tailwind's pushing me, or not tailwind, but crosswind is pushing me around a little bit. I'm already starting to feel lift. Get this bad boy off the ground. In 3, 2, 1, pull back. Alright, positive rate. Gear retract. We'll go ahead and in just a moment after that's done cycling, we're going to fly it manually for a bit. And flaps retract. We'll trim back a little bit. Back on our prop just a little. Come back on our mixture just a little to the first indent. Keep our throttles pretty well pegged. What was the 176 is where it wants me to go. So I'm going to be turning to the right here. Okay, it wants desired track 201 now. It's fine. Passing 2,000. Climbing at 1,200 feet per minute. Looking okay, looking okay. Go ahead and take this opportunity to go flip this lever. If you're ever having trouble getting the autopilot engaged, when I was learning how to fly this, I kept struggling to get the autopilot to stay engaged. It would like click on, click off. And I finally figured out what I was doing wrong, and it was not flipping this over. I guess the hydraulics are used for either engine startup or for the gyropilot. Now this one has the modern avionics in it, but you still have to put it in the gyropilot mode for it to work. All right, where's my current course? Took off to the south, right? Yeah, so I should be pointing east here. Why is my magenta line not on though, right? Where's my flight plan? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. Just need to keep on turning. There we go. And we'll intercept it with that. So let's keep hand flying it for just a moment and get it trimmed out nicely. That feels pretty good. One deceptive thing about flying this airplane is that whenever you're flying level, it looks like you're diving. Like I guess it's because it's a tail dragger, but level in this airplane from the perspective of the cockpit, like look, you can even see I'm pitched up just a little bit. But to me, it looks like my nose is below the horizon, even though right now I'm pitched up and actually climbing. So something to know when you're flying this bad boy, that level looks deceptively like you're pointing down a bit. Got both my windows closed now. Kind of noisy. Okay, got a red light on gear. That's good. Checking our temps real fast. We should swing over here real fast and... oop, that's not what I meant to do. Try to help with our cooling there. We're going to come back on prop just a little bit. It's probably still a bit too early to do the auto lean on mixture. We'll wait until we get a little higher. We're only passing 5,000 now. We'll take this as an opportunity to put our cows in trail. Still hand flying it at this point. Have not engaged the autopilot. Am I still climbing? Yes, at 300, 500, and our course desired track is 201. On 272. What's our speed? Only 140? Let's go ahead and go back to the lean indent. We're not picking up much speed here. More prop, more throttle. There we go. Put it on the lean mixture. A little more prop, a little more throttle. We'll go down and look at our gauges here just to see where we're at in the green bands. That's kind of max throttle right there. It's just because we're climbing still. That's all it is. Man, still really sluggish. Must have a headwind. Must have a nasty headwind. I think I'm supposed to be at 1,800 feet right now, by the way. Ain't no thing. Alright, so we've already flipped our lever over. Let's turn on our autopilot in heading mode. So what we're going to do is heading, and we'll turn our bug here to, what is it, 276? Why are you turning that way? Oh, I see. Okay. So let's do this. It's not a confidence-inspiring flight so far, is it? We did better yesterday in our climb out, but at least we got some reasonable airspeed now. And what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and turn on our vertical speed up 500. So heading is set, vertical speed is set. When I get close to the line over here, I will hit magenta. In fact, let's go ahead and set direct to squirrel. Nav mode, please. Okay, so direct squirrel, and we are cruising at this point. We should be climbing at a steady 500, which is a little low right now, but I think that's because we're still turning. And airspeed is increasing good. We're at 165, on our way to 10. So when we get to 10, we will level off and enjoy the flight. Let's take a look around us. Over here you see Lake Ovalhoser and Lake Hefner. I've ridden around those lakes a billion times. See I-40 coming through here. El Reno should be right around here somewhere. Yeah, there's El Reno. And then, you know, down here you have sort of southeast Oklahoma City. One of the best steakhouses you'll ever have is in a town about 30 minutes south of here called Ken's Steakhouse. Oh boy. It's the kind of steakhouse, it's an Oklahoma kind of thing. It's the kind of steakhouse where when you go, They're like, okay, we're going to bring your appetizers over. And you're going to say, well, I didn't order any appetizers. And they're going to say, I understand that. Here's a basket of ribs for the table to share. That's your appetizers. It's a fantastic and wonderful thing. It's joy. It's absolute joy. Just checking our needles here. We are well in the green on all the stuff. Looking okay. Our carb cooling is doing some good here. Give it a little bit more. We'll lock that in. I always forget of this. On or off? Oh, there we go. The superchargers weren't on. That ought to help with airspeed. Yes, sir. That ought to help a lot with airspeed. I don't know if I missed that in my startup or if I accidentally flicked them or what. Anyway, that looks good. So, our cows are in trail. We are climbing gently to 10,000, where we shall level off for a long time. Looking back at our flight plan here, if we just expand this a little bit and kind of look at what we're doing. Direct to Squirrel, Steven, Biffy, Ziwi. All right, so then hard left for a few minutes to Azazi, and then I guess we're going to be like basically due west for a long ass time, for several hundred nautical miles, until we get to this rather lengthy approach procedure. There's Nellis, so we unfortunately won't get a flyover. I might change my mind and land at Nellis. I don't know. Might do that. We'll see. Just because the speedway is right there, you know, so it'd be kind of cool to land right alongside the speedway. Gauges check. What's my altitude? 75 for 10. Going up at 500. Airspeed is 170. Looking okay. Looking okay. All right, so if you don't understand what we're up to, I'll tell you what we're up to. So give me a moment here. I'm going to pull up something on the screen. All right, so I have two things that I really like simulating, and that's flight simming. Obviously, that's what we're doing here today. But really, I got into simming through iRacing, right? Well, it started way back in the day with like Gran Turismo on the first PlayStations, and then moved into Forza, and then at some point in like 2014, a guy that I was working with says, "Have you heard of iRacing?" and showed me some stuff, and I was like, "Wow, that looks amazing!" And so I got into iRacing, and that's kind of been my big sim forever. In fact, over here, you know, if you've watched my racing stuff, you've seen my racing sim to some degree, and it's right there. You know, accumulated all the good stuff over the years. And so I've got that going. But about 3 years ago, a good buddy of mine, one of my sim racing buddies, got me into flight simming too. And so I got Microsoft Flight, you know, Simulator, and have accumulated, you know, Alpha and Bravo, Honeycomb stuff, as well as the radio panel, which is pretty cool. I got some pedals. This rig is nowhere near as mature, but it's coming together. Now, I've always wanted to sort of blend these two things, and I had an idea going into this NASCAR season, because I follow NASCAR pretty closely. I watch it every week, and I was excited that it was coming. And I thought, okay, I want to take my favorite team, Brad Keselowski, right, Chris Buescher, RFK Racing. I want to take my favorite team and pretend I'm their charter pilot, and we're going to fly them from track to track. So once I get to altitude here, I'll sort of walk you through why we're doing that in a two-leg DC-3 trip instead of a much simpler like 737 or something like that. Like, why, Ben, are you doing this like it's 1938? You'll see in just a moment. Looks like we're about to make a left turn. We're already on GPS mode. We're still climbing. Autopilot is engaged in nav. I think this should turn itself automatically in about 10 seconds. We'll just validate that that'll be a good test to ensure everything looks right. Oh, the flat Great Plains. They should give it a name that describes how flat it is, like Great Plains. Something like that. All right, we got our left turn there. So let's flip perspectives over here. I want to show you desktop mode, and then we're going to go into this spreadsheet. I know, how exciting, a gaming stream that has a spreadsheet on it. All right, what I decided was I'm going to do a progressive performance-based system here, where the plane being chartered by the team to take the drivers, the relevant people from track to track, is dependent upon the quality of their finish. So if you look at this table over here, if the two cars average a top 10, they get a citation. If they average between the two of them 11th through 20th, they get a Vision Jet. 21st through 30th, a DC-3, and a average of 31st to DNF if they both crash out, the Seneca. So that would take days, right? If one of them wins a race, then they're flying in the 737 BBJ, right? The best plane you can get for private travel, I would think. I mean, except maybe like an Air Force One style 747 or something. And so it has been a rough start to the year. In the Daytona 500, Alex Bowman caused a big crash that took Brad Keselowski out. Chris Buescher had a middling finish, but finished 18th. Brad finished 33rd for an average of 26. So we flew from Daytona Beach to KHMP, which is the Atlanta Motor Speedway track. We flew that leg, which is 315 miles, in the DC-3 because that's what you get. Now, then Atlanta happens, and Brad self-spins, but gets enough damage to where he ended up crashing out as well of that race. 9,000. Okay, still going up 5. Yeah. So Brad crashed out. Chris did okay, but still 21st. Now, I wish so very much right now that they had finished one position better. If Chris had finished 7th or something, or if Brad had crashed a little bit later and gotten a 30th or something, I don't know. And they would have finished in the teens as an average, because we would have been in the Vision Jet right now with an average of 20th. But we finished an average of 21st, which means from Atlanta Motor Speedway to Las Vegas, we have to fly 1,500 miles in the DC-3 once again. Now, again, I'm a little bit behind. I had some business travel and some some personal travel recently here, so I'm a little bit behind. Vegas actually happened last week. Today in the real world is the Phoenix race. Now, I've got to catch up still to this, and I don't know exactly when, but sometime this week I'll get caught up ahead of Bristol. But I've got to take him from Vegas to Phoenix, which is a short trip. I haven't even mapped it yet, but it's a pretty short trip from Vegas to Phoenix. It's probably just a couple hundred miles. And boy, oh boy, I have to do it in the DC-3. Now, I don't mind the DC-3. It's fun. It's nice. But it's not something I want to use for long-distance hauls like this, given the availability of faster, more modern airplanes. But whatever. I set the rules. I got to deal with them. I set the rules. I got to deal with them. Let's go ahead and set our altimeter to standard, 3002. Even though I know it's not 18,000 feet, we'll go ahead and set that. And we're coming up on 10,000 pretty quick here. But anyway, so that's what we're doing. We are crisscrossing the country, merging our two favorite things, racing and flying, into sort of a career mode kind of thing. I know I could go do It's a Pilot's Life, but this to me is kind of fun, right? You're the charter pilot, but you get different planes to choose from. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily need to make all the sense in the world. It's just what I'm doing. Just having some fun. That's what you're supposed to do with these simulators, right? Have fun. So that's what we're up to. Hope you're enjoying the flight so far. That's what we're up to. Here's what your view looks like. So you look around here. Back in the old days, you could even open the door up, say what's up to me. You might even be able to look in there and see what our altitude is. Yeah. Not quite. You can see that I'm climbing, though. That's crazy. All right, so we will bring our vertical speed. We'll set it to out in a moment here. You know, I've got this set at 500, but it's only been climbing at like 300, 200 even. What's up with that? Configuring our flaps are all the way retracted. Yeah, I mean, everything looks right to me. We will go ahead and start to level off on our props. There's a balance you got to strike between prop and throttle and mixture to get it just right and where you get sort of maximum speed. I might even over climb a little bit and then descend 1,000 feet just to pick up some speed. But I'm going to see first if I'm able to, once I stop the ascent, 200 should be 10,000 now. So we'll set this to altitude, hold. We're still on nav, looking good. All right, we're at cruising altitude, holding 10,000. Barometer is set. Climb set to 0. Nav, blowers are on. Fuel selectors are correct. Temperatures look good. Let's go ahead and close our cowls. So go to close, 1, 2, off. Go to close, 1, 2, off. Close, 1, 2, off. All right, and let's check our airspeed. Now it's just a matter of managing airspeed and seeing if we can balance things to where it gets me the best possible speed. So right now we're at 170. I'm going to manipulate my prop here. I think that has the effect of changing the rotation speed of the propeller, maybe the angle of the propeller, I'm actually not sure. But it reduces drag is what I think is going on there, and that's why with lower prop speed, you increase speed. I don't fully understand some of the nuances between throttle and prop, but I think that's what that just did. So yeah, look, we got a 180 right now, smooth. That's pretty good. I'm gonna come down just a little bit more, see if I get another bump. Because at a certain point, it starts to fall. Yeah, see that? I think 20 is probably the sweet spot. Still only 180 though. We'll ride that out for a bit, and what I might do if I want to try to gain some additional speed is bring it up to about 12,000 and then descend, and then just try to maintain the descent, the speed that I gained through descent. So we'll see. If it gets up around 190, 195 on its own volition, then we'll stick with that. Oh, Oklahoma, where the planes go, planing down the plane. Do a quick switch check around the cockpit. Oh my god. I guess I need to zoom out from this, don't I? There we go. So battery cart's off, battery is on, avionics on, beacon on, passing landing, landing. We'll keep landings on because we're flying at 10,000. We don't need any de-icers right now, but boy oh boy did we yesterday. Booster pumps are off, that's good. Generators are on, got good voltage. We are set up on Unicom right now. I'm going to just real quickly double check VPilot. Yeah. Okay, VPilot is transmitting, so if I end up in any controlled airspace, which did happen yesterday, I had about 2 hours or so in controlled airspace, which was kind of fun. Looking at our panel up here, our transponder is on at 6224. We'll just real quickly double check. 2 clicks, 1, 2 clicks is on. 122.8, yeah, looking great. I am going to, in a bit, start looking at my arrival and approach. And with the arrival, I I'll plug in the ILS frequency. I learned yesterday, I did a what I think was the best DC-3 landing in history. And while doing so, I was learning how this how these needles, the VOR navigation needles, the radio nav needles work for approach. It was actually pretty cool. Um, so kind of worked on that and figured that out. Yeah, so we're cruising. Um, let's zoom in on us, I guess. Boink. So Biffy, and then what's this distance? It doesn't say. I guess during the SID, it doesn't show distances. It's okay. 23 nautical miles there to Azazi. That's a sharp turn right there. I mean, no big deal, but it's a sharp turn right there. To real quickly show on vPilot what things are looking like right now. Let's go over to desktop mode and look at vPilot. And you can see here that, let's zoom in on little old me. There I am. Boink. So I just left Oklahoma City, and I've got 1,000,000,000 miles to go. You can see there's a lot of action happening on the East Coast. Nothing happening on the West Coast, but who knows, that might change. There must be some sort of community event going across the Atlantic right now because, boy, that's a lot of traffic. EDDK to JFK. Oh, no, different. Oh, these are all like different. Huh. Oh, it's a lot of different stuff. I thought maybe that was some sort of event where people were going from like Heathrow to JFK or something, but that's just a lot of folks on the same highway. Look at that weight turbulence, baby. 31.8, 33.9. They're separated by 2,000 feet, but like on top of each other. That's cool. Wonder if they're friends. A lot of people on right now. I guess 1,744 um, pilots are on right now and 101 air traffic controllers, and almost none of them in the U.S. Wow. Middle of nowhere Russia has ATC. And what, two planes? Uh, Yemelyonovo Airport. And Alexander with no E is out there doing the business. Good for you, Alexander. Way to represent. All right. What's this, Moscow? Moscow's got ATC. So, man, I don't know if I've ever seen two regions on in Russia at the same time. That's crazy. Cool to see and all that. Not everything said about Russia can be negative all the time, right? We should at least acknowledge when neat things are happening there, like cool content creators or whatever making interesting things. Not everyone is Vladimir Putin. Where are we at here? I have a key for that, right? Yeah, 6. So 326 until we're going to do a sharp left from Biffy McFly to Ziwi. What is up with the names of the legs on this, or the waypoints on this particular route, man? Crazy stuff. My coffee's getting cold, though. Cool. Let's take a look outside. Boy, look at the scenic views. It's funny. You see this town here is in like this perfect grid pattern that is so very much Oklahoma. So I live in Atlanta nowadays, right? For about 5 years, I've lived in Atlanta, and it is a twisty, turny. A lot of the East Coast is, modeled after, or not modeled after, I guess, but so much of the early American city layout was inspired by early European settlers, and European streets are just all over the place. There's not a lot of natural, or not natural, but pre-planned city grids because of how old the cultures are there, and how long they took to come together. Well, so much of early U.S. sort of is modeled after the same people, and so the streets on the East Coast are very twisty turny, and the farther west you go, the more predictable northeast southwest grids there are. And so you can see here's another town's northeast southwest. Oklahoma City is all 90-degree corners. Like there's a few turns that are progressive and stuff. Like look at this, straight line, 90-degree gradual turn in a 65 zone probably, and then straight line again. Straight line, 90-degree turn, right? It's just that's the way we build them out in OKC and a lot of Texas and Arizona and so on, where the landscape allows for it. It's very flat. So Oklahoma City, you are going to set a direction of travel and drive that way for a while. And then you're going to take a 90-degree turn and drive that way for a while. And then another 90-degree turn and drive that way for a while. And in Atlanta, that is not the case. In Atlanta, you are, weaving back and forth all over the place, following the landscape because it's more hilly, and also it's just a very old city as compared to something like OKC. So, I've gotten used to it. It's become more natural to me to drive these really twisty, turny routes than it is to do these 90-degree grids. And so, here we go, baby. Look at that turn. Yes, sir. Oh, so pretty. Anyway, doing these grids, and so I'm out there last week, and I'm visiting a friend of mine, and I drive over to his house, and I get there, and I was like, I forgot that I can just, point west and let go of the wheel and touch it again 4 miles later, 5 miles later. Like you don't remember until you do stuff over and over what it's really like. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny. No, no. All right, so now we are Ziwi to Asazi. It's a long ways to go, baby. Long ways to go. I can't believe I missed the whole startup sequence, but maybe that saved 20 minutes of your time. Problem is, I'm sure many of you out there, might have stumbled across this video because you're interested in the DC-3 and wanted to see somebody starting it up because it can be a challenge to learn how to start. So I'm going to talk you through it real fast, even though, there are really good startup tutorials, and a couple of my other videos, you see me starting this thing up, so maybe go look at those. I purposely skipped the startup yesterday to save time. I was intending on doing this all in one sitting, ended up not doing it. But at any rate, first thing you do is you're going to open your cowl flaps. What that does is there are these little bad boys right here. See how that's sealed? Watch this. I'm going to open up the left one. See how that's open now, right? Now I'm going to close it again because that creates drag. So it's closed again, but you're going to open that, right? That allows for a certain amount of exhaust to get out and all that stuff. So you'll open your cowl flaps up. Then you'll put your mixture far forward and your prop far forward, just like any other piston GA aircraft, and then crack your throttles, an inch and a half. It actually does require a good bit of throttle to get this engine spinning. So in a lot of the more modern fuel-injected airplanes, I think you could just sort of tap it a little bit. In this, you need a good bit more throttle. You're going to want to put your superchargers on. These are the left and right blowers, so superchargers. Don't worry about these blue handles at this point when you're starting. Those are your carb coolers, and you can see here I've got so actually I could use a little bit of cooling here, I think. Yeah, see how when I pull these down, the hotter it is, the more I want to pull it toward hot, and that cools down these two gauges. So managing temps there, and then this one locks them into place. Okay, so back to the startup. So you've done your cowl flaps, you've cracked your throttle, and you've put your prop and mixture far forward. You want to make sure this handle is stowed in the right position. So I'm not going to change it right now because it'll turn off my autopilot. But you'll make sure this handle is pointing sort of down to the right, as pictured here on the engine pump selector. You want it to be on the left engine hydraulic system. That's where you need for start and takeoff. You'll turn this valve and just click it once and it'll turn, and then pump this bad boy up about 7 times. This pump here is putting hydraulic pressure, manual hydraulic pressure in, which is needed for, pressurizing all of your hydro, right? Which you need hydro to get going. And so you'll see this needle rise to get, when you're pumping this, you'll see this needle rise to get up to the green band there. Then, an easy thing to forget if you're new to this airplane is your fuel selectors. So I'm going to zoom down here. You can see here there's a fuel selector here for left and for right. So both sides of the center pedestal, you have this tank selectors where you're choosing which tank to go to. There is a crossfeed down here that I have currently off. And I actually, oh, you know what? It doesn't even turn on. I think this is in-op. So what you're watching as you're flying right now, I've got this thing loaded up full on fuel because I actually can't make it to Vegas. I'm going to cheat on fuel in a bit. But right now I can see that I've got 160 something gallons in the left, 160 something gallons in the right, and then, oh, did I not fill up my right ox? Okay, we're going to do our first little bit of cheating here. Okay, so we just cheated. That's fine. We were going to do that anyway. I can't make it all the way to Vegas on the fuel that I have, so that's fine. But I guess I messed up my fueling earlier. At any rate, for startup purposes, you want to make sure that you've got your right and left mains selected, or really wherever you're going to pull fuel from. That's an easy thing to forget starting up this airplane because it's sort of out of the way. As far as switches go, you've got a couple of things of interest here. Number one, these 3 switches over here. Be cognizant of them. The first one is chocks, and the second, third one are the cargo and passenger entry doors. This is a tail dragger, right? So passengers would enter through the back, not the front. That's what's low to the ground. And so those 2 switches control whether your cargo door is open and whether your passenger door is open. So it doesn't matter for startup, but this is where your chocks are, which might take you a minute to find if you're not familiar, is this third switch there on the left. So back up here, you'll turn on, when you're ready to get going, right? When you're ready to start the airplane, you'll turn on your avionics, right? Your battery, your various lights, all that stuff. That's all normal. But then what you're going to do is turn on your right booster pump. So you've got 3 switches here that need to be, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 switches that need to happen sort of in a particular sequence to make sure you're going. Now, 5. 5. Turn on your magnetos, right? So these need to be pointing up in that 45-degree angle like you see there. If they're off, they'll be pointing down. But there's also, it's kind of hard to see in the sim, this where it says pull off. I believe if you start cold and dark, that is pulled off as though like the last person in the plane disconnected the magnetos. And so you're going to, doing another nice turn here. So you're going to make sure that's pushed in. Make sure these are turned up to the 45 degrees. And then turn on your right booster pump. Turn on your right starter. And then hit the mesh down. You're going to hear, when you turn on the booster pump and the starter, you'll hear a spool up sound like a... And when it gets even, that's when you'll hit down on the mesh and then start clicking your primer. If you've got the throttle cracked and your power and mixture set, then it should just start, you should start hearing spinning, and as soon as you do, give it a bit more throttle, introduce more gas, right? And then back off of it once you get a good engine start. And of course you're looking at down here these gauges, right? Your RPM and your manifold pressure. Those are the gauges you're looking at to tell you whether you get a good start. And you'll notice, I'm going to come off on the throttle just a little bit here to show you this, that there's 2 gauges overlapping. They're marked number 1 and number 2. See that? Number 1 and number 2. And so those are the needles you're looking to see that you've got a good engine start. And so obviously I do because I'm flying. And of course you can look out as well, and you'll see whether the engine is spinning on its own or not. So once you've done that, all right, let's recap that real fast. Booster pump on. Listen for when the sort of reaches its crescendo. Move this switch, the energize switch, down to the right, and then mesh down to the right, and then after about a second or two, start clicking the primer. And just sort of, you might switch it several times. I don't spam it, but I click, 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 and sometimes it takes one or two primings for the engine to actually come on. Then you're going to sort of do the same thing, right? Turn off your right pump, turn on your left pump, and then up on the energize. So up left, and then up mesh, and then left primer. Again, listening for the sounds and all that stuff. So pretty easy peasy. Once you figure it out, it's pretty easy. I will say that the airplane, if you're using the Duckworks mod, they've modeled some temperamentalism. It's temperamental when it comes to cold weather. So if you're in a cold weather situation, um, it might be a little more difficult to get it going. I have found that to be the truth. Mike and I one time did a flight from Canada to somewhere. I can't remember where, but it was a cold, snowy day in Canada in the DC-3, and neither of us could get our plane started for quite some time. It sucked. Anyway, so just be cognizant that if it's cold, you might have to go through several reps before it'll actually fully fire up. All right. With that, I think I'm going to take a quick step away. Um, and yeah, be right back. What up? I'm back. I'm back. So, returning back in the thing. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Mr. Michael Ryan. At least there's one person here. Yeah, I stepped away for a minute. Deal with it. Let's turn this thingy off. We're just doing a comfortable flight across ye old country here. OKC to Vegas. And the DC-3. Thanks for swinging by. I'm not sure if you're still here, but thanks for swinging by. Progress check. What's this first? Amarillo, Texas. Still a long ways to go. But we're not holding a bad speed here. You know, almost 190 at 10,000. Pretty solid. Message 265. Yeah, we're about that. Desired track 265. Looking good. Let's start thinking about my approach. I mean, I've still got hours to go before we get there, but I'm going to start thinking about my approach pretty soon here so that I can... Actually, I need to decide whether I'm going to land at Nellis or not. I'm seriously thinking about just landing at Nellis because, like, I'll share why. You know, if we go back to the concept here, although I'm pretty sure real world... Let's see, maps. I'm pretty sure real world Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I'll finish this sentence eventually. I'm pretty sure real world the flights that the teams have to fly into McCarran, right? Into the airport there. But, you know, Nellis is... Where's Nellis? Right there. Yeah, Nellis is right there. So instead of flying into McCarran way down here and not even getting to see the racetrack, I was thinking about maybe landing at Nellis instead. So, little story time. Let's see. First off, there's the strip, right? Okay, so if that's Tropicana. MGM, Bellagio. Okay, so, alright, I'm oriented now. There used to be, right around here, and of course these things get demolished and rebuilt faster than you can imagine, but I think it was, in fact, this is it. This used to be called the Key Largo Hotel, this hotel right here. Now, I know that because I stayed there. So there's this big exercise every year at Nellis Air Force Base called Red Flag, or at least there was 20 years ago when I was in the military. So I used to be a crew chief on F-15s in the U.S. Air Force, and for about 5 weeks a year every year, I would be out in Nellis doing this massive international war game. So what crew chief means is that I had a jet. These are A-10s there, and that's a C-130, but I had a jet on this ramp that was assigned to me that I was responsible for maintaining and ensuring it was war ready at any given time. What do we have here? F-16s. What's that? Some ground equipment. Looks like a couple of mules. What do we got over here? What the heck is that? I don't think that's what the heck is that? I don't even know what that plane is. Anyway, so I had an F-15 that I was responsible for, and in 2001, I was out here at Vegas. I was staying at the Key Largo Hotel, and boom, 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 banging on the door, and opened the door up. And I was swing shift, I should say. I was swing shift, which means that I was sort of the maintenance shift, not the flying shift. So during the daytime, you have guys out there flying the jets, doing war games, and in the evening, you have the maintenance team out there doing most of the work to fix the jets. There was some of that in the daytime, some of that in mid shift as well, but mostly the hard maintenance happened during swing shift. And so anyway, I'm in the Key Largo Hotel. Boom, 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 banging on. I hear a banging on the door, and open the door up, and there's Sergeant Rob Canyon, big, funny guy, right? Jovial, fun to be around, heck of a mechanic. I always liked Rob. But he's like, Laughter, we're under attack. Get your shit, get to the flight line. And what he meant was that the Twin Towers had been hit by airplanes, and that the Pentagon had been hit. This was 9/11 when I was in the military, and so I spent my 9/11 in a fully armed aircraft right here. Let me think which building. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think it was right here in this ramp. One of these spots, one of these last 3 or 4 spots here, hanging out on my airplane, waiting for whatever. You know, George Bush had grounded all aircraft, and so we were seeing just a train of planes coming into McCarran over and over and over. And they were being stalked by fully armed F-15s, F-16s, F-18s. Like, the whole military was there for this war game. And so we loaded them up with real ammunition and real missiles. And if you were on a private airliner on your way in to land at McCarran, know that there were AIM-9 missiles and 20mm Gatlins aimed at you. And if one of you were to careen off course toward any of these hotels, you know, if one of you started to go toward the Bellagio, or really we were thinking about the, what's it called, the Stratosphere? Strat Hotel? The tall one. This thing. Yeah, Stratosphere. If one of you were heading toward the Stratosphere, you were going to get shot down. Like, you were just going to get shot down. That's what was going to happen. But yeah, that's where I spent my 9/11, and, you know, several weeks after that was here. And then, of course, we all got orders to Afghanistan, and all that stuff happened. But long story short, I recall being at Nellis Air Force Base and looking off in the distance and being able to see grandstands and not knowing what this was, mainly being entranced by these mountains. They're beautiful, but sort of being able to see the grandstands off in a distance and not knowing what that was. And it was before I started really following NASCAR. A lot of the guys in the service followed it. I didn't really follow auto racing at the time, and have since taken it up. But I'm wanting, I think, to land here on whatever this runway is. What is that? 2-1 left. I'm thinking about landing on one of these runways, if it's available, if it's the right thing to do, instead of going into McCarran, just so that I can, well, I guess I can land here and do a flyover of it. We'll see. If it's controlled, I won't have an opportunity, an option, right? But yeah, I'd like to do a flyover the Speedway. I guess I could have said all that in 3 words. In 1 sentence. I'd like to do a flyover the Speedway. But it is a shame that there's this runway right next to it that I don't get to use. On the way out of Atlanta, or into and out of Atlanta, I went to, where's Atlanta Motor Speedway? There it is. So on the way in and out of Atlanta, I used this airport, and you could see the grandstands off in the distance there as well. For that last Atlanta race, where there was the 3 wide finish, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Atlanta finish. Oops. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I was here for this.
Blaney doesn't pull up to get the middle lane blocked, and Kyle Busch puts
I was in the stands, and I'll show you where, for this finish.
Tight, so really at this point, it's a race between these 3 guys coming to the start-finish line, and it's just a drag race.
Look at this.
Going anywhere, and it comes down to a dead heat between
Boom.
the 3 of them at the start-finish line.
Daniel Suarez got that win. The top 3 cars were separated by 0.007 seconds between the 3. So for that finish, I was seated about there. Yeah, right at the choose line. So right about there, I was seated, and that was cool. But so flying now from Atlanta Motor Speedway to Vegas for the next one. So let's do a quick gauges check, I suppose. We've been goofing off on Google Maps for a minute there, talking about 9/11 and and last week and all that stuff. Let's look at our gauges. Go around the cockpit here. We're 184, 183, something like that. Ground speed of 182, looking solid. Nav and out are set. 10,000 feet is holding fine. We're on course. 0 climb rate, perfect. Our blowers are on. Our cooling, I'm going to bring it down just a little bit more here. Get that off the yellow a bit. Oh, that's actually as cool as I can get it. Maybe I should put the cowls in trail mode. I like to have them off for aerodynamics because they do have a substantive impact on your speed in this thing. It's in the green. It's in the green. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What's it going to do? Blow up and we'll crash and die? It's impossible. How are we looking down here? So we got 14 to go before our next waypoint. If we take another quick gander at the map, got a few waypoints, Goonie, Fasog, and PNH in rapid succession here before we have a long leg to what is that? Tucumcari? What the heck is Tucumcari? That sounds like Narnia names. Don't like it. Anyway, I don't trust Tucumcari. Sounds communist! Are you communists out there in Tucumcari? So, long ways to go. Do a quick fuel check as well, even though we're cheating on fuel today. Boom, boom. If you're just joining, when I say we're cheating on fuel, what I mean is this is leg 2 of a 2-leg flight, right? From Atlanta to Las Vegas is more than double the distance capacity of the DC-3. And so for yesterday's leg, I stopped in Oklahoma City. That's where we, quote, refueled and stuff and went ahead and took the night off. For today, we are cheating. So acknowledging that the distance to be traveled is greater than the capacity of the airplane's fuel tanks can support, I am just going to add fuel midair using the menu because I don't feel like doing another fuel stop. I'm happy to break immersion from time to time for those purposes. I'm going to take a quick look at SimAware. I won't show you, but I'm curious to see if anybody new has come online. Out in the west for ATC, doesn't look like it. Completely uncontrolled all the way to Las Vegas at the moment. Got some stuff coming online in the east. Atlanta looks like it's on. I just whacked my yoke there to make sure nothing disengaged. No, we're good. I think I should try to add a little bit more prop. See if I get a little more airspeed here. A little more prop again. Not really having an effect. Let me come back on the prop just a little bit. Up on throttle. Can I get another 10, please? I'd love to be at 190. I think we're a little bit over the green band there. We're right at the top of it. Need a little bit of airspeed though. I'm still tempted to climb up to 12 and then bring it back down to 10. In fact, I think I am going to do that. I want to at least experiment with it, right? Vertical speed. So I'm just going to bring it up to 12,000 and then sort of aggressively dive back down and try to gain a bunch of speed on the descent to get it up over 200. That worked yesterday, but it was going from 16 to 10, so we'll see if it gets it from 12 to 10 here. But that hack worked yesterday. I was really struggling at 16,000 feet to maintain any kind of speed, And when I did the descent, it just held the speed when I came back down. So I'm gonna try it again. Give more prop here for the ascent, more throttle for the ascent, so I don't bleed off too much speed. I'm gonna work backwards to work forwards here, and see if this ends up working for me. Because what I'll do is I'll put it in like a 1,500 feet per minute nosedive, you know, to get it to pick up a bunch of speed on the way down. What a beautiful thing. Look at the windmills going. Man, look how big they still look from 10,000 feet, though. You don't realize how big those things are until you see a semi-trailer pulling one of those blades. Those windmills are massive. Incredible engineering. And well used in the Great Plains area, you know. A lot of purpose for them there. A lot of effectiveness. They do generate a good bit of power, baby. Temps are okay. Climb speed is okay. We've lost about 10 miles an hour. As a consequence here, almost 15 miles an hour. Should I try a 1,000 foot dive? No, let's stick with the plan. I might get all the way down to like 150 here, getting up to 12, but that's fine. Let's just do it, and then do the big dive. We'll turn off our landing lights since we're over 10 now. See what they look like. Yay, pretty lights. Okay, we're past 11 at 165. I do hope the boys do well this week at Phoenix, though, man, because I need to get in a jet. I've been flying this DC-3 a bunch, and I got that Vision jet. I've flown it a couple of times. It's a lot of fun. Cool little airplane, and I want to fly it some more, but the boys need to do better. And I can't be spending 2 days flying across country like this all the time, kids. All right, 11.4. Maintaining a nice 165 on the way up, though. That's good. That's good. I'm happy with that. 5. Your luxurious cabin, monsieur. Monsieur. Can't close that. Whoa. In the skin, huh? Alright. Shaq's view. Kevin Hart's view. I'm Kevin Hart. I'm Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, man, that's funny. That's stupid. That was stupid, Ben. You're stupid. What are you being stupid for, Ben? Alright, coming up on 12. So what we're going to do, I'm going to hit 12,000 feet, and then I'm going to throw this thing into a 1,500 foot per minute nosedive. And hopefully we get upwards of 200 plus, and we'll level off kind of suddenly. So, a little parabolic flying here. All right, passing 180. That's what our cruise speed was before. Passing 190. We're keeping that throttle almost pegged too. Still in mixture lean. Yes, passing 200. Now the hope is when we get back down to 10, we're going like 210. And when we get back down to 10,000, flight level 100, 10,000, whatever, not 100, 010, that we're able to maintain like a 210 airspeed. Yeah, we're at 210 right now. Man, if I can keep it at like 200, that'd be so perfect. Be ready to go up here. So far working. We'll come back on the throttle a bit. And get ready, Ben. Get ready, Ben. To 1,000. Nice. This feels good. I think we just gained ourselves like 20 miles an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And altitude hold again. Right at 10,000. And let's pay attention to our speedometer here. Our airspeed indicator. 205. And we'll come back on the throttle just a little bit in the green band there. We're at 20. Okay. So, come on, stay at 200. 200 or better. 200 or better. I think that little parabolic maneuver should have gained us quite a bit, though. Come on, don't go under 200. Right at the top of the green there. Pegged at 200. 195. Net gain, though. Net gain. Significant net gain. Ground speed 185. I feel like that was already like 180 before. But maybe it was 178. I don't know. But I think we got a net gain there, I think. And if we didn't, we had some fun. Yeah, I think we gained 10. Like, I think it'll equalize out there. So, gain 10 miles an hour in the hustle and the bustle. Interesting. Is that an airfield? It's weird. I guess it's a road or maybe a railroad. Well, that's an airfield. I don't know what that is. Maybe a fire road or something. The heck is that? Where am I? Amarillo? So I've never been to Amarillo. What the hell is an Amarillo that is sharp and pointy like this? Let's find out. Amarillo, Texas. Tell me that's not just... Let's see here. So we got roads converging, got the airport. So just west of the airport. Let's go into Google Maps here. What might that be? The airport. We're going west from the airport. It's the Home Depot! No, hold on. I don't think it's the Home Depot. What in the world is that is tall like that? Oh, is it just downtown? Was that just badly rendered downtown? Is Amarillo a bigger town than I thought it is? I don't see anything big like that. What the hell? So you're coming in from out of town. Middle of nowhere, man. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no downtown here. Where are your taller buildings? So, looking for big interchanges and stuff. Comfort Suites. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? It's Amarillo. That's where we be. We're flying over Armadillo, Texas. Huh? Oh, look at that baseball park there. That's a place that I've never been, and I don't know that I ever have a reason to go. It's one of those cities that, like, everyone knows its name, but no one's ever been there, except for people who have. I think that's how people probably feel about my hometown of Oklahoma City. So I'm sure that the city has a whole personality of its own and things to do and great restaurants and whatnot, but I've never found myself with a reason or a temptation to visit. There's this little spaghetti intersection there. There's downtown. Okay. I burped. You're just going to deal with it. Crush Wine Bar Grill. Happy State Bank. Happy State Bank? Really? That's the name of a thing? Live Well Counseling. Big ass train yard. Look at that. I wonder how much freight goes through there. Wow, looking at it on Google Maps is like probably 15 or so lines there for parking and changing tracks and all that jazz. That's crazy. I think train logistics are so amazing. Fun fact, because I'm a watch nerd. I'm not wearing a watch right now. I should get a watch. But fun fact, because I'm a watch nerd. If you've ever heard the term on the ball, that is an intersection of trains and wristwatches. What watch should I wear today? So what I mean by that is there's Ball watches, a fantastic brand founded in the early 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. But Ball watches became sort of the official watch provider for the Union Pacific Railroad. And so they had a synchronization logistics system where, wearing a pilot watch, of course, here, we're going to go with the Hamilton Interstellar, the khaki aviation date, otherwise known as the Coupe. I think I'm getting a good shot of that there. Let's look at OBS. Here we go. You'll recognize this if you've seen the movie Interstellar. This is what Matthew McConaughey wears. Anyway, on the ball. So on the ball meant that the train was on time per the synchronized ball watch and wall clock system. And so super cool that we have this term today, on the ball, which is, its etymology just goes back to wristwatches and train logistics. So now you've learned something new today that has nothing to do with flying planes. 13:41 is the time on a Sunday. I know I have to set it myself. It's not an Apple Watch. That's why it's better. You get to feel the action. Like when I set my watches, I have several, and when I set my watches, and I wear these things, I'm making a fashion choice. I also think of it this way. There's a there's a culture of luxury fashion for women, between bag and shoe choices a lot of times that I don't think men get, at least in Western society. And to me, watches represent that jewelry option, that fashion jewelry option for men. Um, so you can be really careful and intentional. I think it's watches and cars really. And I suppose for a certain class of guy, signet rings, that kind of thing. But I'm not the hoity-toity area. But I love a fine wristwatch. There's something about the feeling, the craftsmanship, the tightnesses of tolerance that goes into creating a fine wristwatch that I love the craftsmanship of it. And then there's so many different genre of watches, disciplines. So this is an aviation watch. It's what's called a Flieger watch. So, I'll take it off again and show. So you see how the numerals are, 2-digit. It's all about if you're flying a Spitfire or something in World War II, and you're timing your maneuvers, you're timing your navigation, then you're using seconds, not minutes, a lot of times, right? And so it's more important that you're looking at 10, 15, 20 as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4. You're looking at the seconds. And so, the watch is built around that with varying degrees of style and fashion. And so this one is a sort of German-inspired Flieger aviation watch. I also have a, let me think, on the aviation front, I've also got another Hamilton. It's called the Crosswind, and it's super cool. In fact, I'll pull up a picture of it. I could just go get the watch, but this might be better to show on here. Let's see here, Hamilton Crosswind. There she is. So very pretty. So I have this watch, and it's got a couple of super cool features to it. It's big. It's a big one. But I think what's so neat about this watch... let me see the case back. I want to see the case back. Well, there it is. Oh, that's the wrong one. But this watch has tools built into it. There we go. This is a good way of looking at it. So this watch has tools. Now, do I use these tools on a daily basis? No. But it's cool, right? It's kind of like buying a car that can go 180 miles an hour. Right? Are you going to drive 180 miles an hour? No. But it's neat to know that it's there, that it's engineered to do it. So this is a chronograph, and what I mean by that is it's got these subdials that allow me to time within time. So I've got my standard 2 hands for telling hours and minutes. I've got a subdial complication here for seconds, but I've got this major second hand that when I click on one of these pushers here, that starts counting in 60s, and then I've got 2 subdials for minutes and hours. And so I can do long distance aviation navigation using that, or short distance with just the stopwatch aspect. It's also good for like race car stuff. I've used in iRacing for endurance races, looking at laps. I'll use this watch because it's got such a good stopwatch on it, so accurate to do that. I've also got inset bezels here, so this bezel rotates, the black bezel, and the silver bezel rotates. I don't know how to use all that stuff, but it's meant to help me calculate lots of different things while flying a plane. The reason this is called the Crosswind is because it has this sort of protractor on the back of it that somehow or another pilots use to figure out how much they need to crab coming in for landing. Again, I don't know how to use it, but I love the watch. It's a beautiful thing, and I love wearing it. The watch I'm wearing right now is the Interstellar Hamilton day date aviation. So here it is. This is the one that I'm wearing right this moment. Can I pull it up on Joma Shop again? That's oh, that's the Murph. Hang on. There we go. There's 2 watches on the Interstellar front. But I have this watch on as we speak. Can I get rid of this, please? And God, is this thing lovely. I mean, I've got a bunch of watches now, and this is the first luxury timepiece I bought, and I still think it's my favorite. There's something about the way the light hits these indices. They are sort of subtly engraved. You can sort of see the ridging there. And the light plays on that in such a way it's completely bewitching. I love this watch. I love wearing it. I love looking at it. I want excuses to check the time. It's just such a beautiful thing. It's got a what's called a display case back, meaning you can see the movement inside it. Quick shot. Case back. Looking for a good image. Display case. Well, that's frustrating. I can't find a good image of this. But anyway, there's a sapphire crystal in the back that allows you to see the movement in motion, which is something. Oh, here we go. Like, this is an example. Not the same watch, but an example of what it looks like. Really cool stuff. So I love that watch a lot. What else do I have over there? Staying on the Hamilton front, we have the Pan Europe. So yeah, I've got this exact watch here. This is sort of a racing inspired watch, something you might see someone wearing at Le Mans. Beautiful watch, very comfortable, works on a wide variety of straps. I've got it right now on what's called a Bond strap, where Bond strap, basically this is a Bond strap. If you look at James Bond movies, most of his Omegas he'll wear on a gray and black twin tone there. I don't know if we get Hamilton Pan Europe Bond strap. Let's see if anyone's got a picture of it out there. Mages. Let's see if anyone's got a picture of it on a Bond strap. That's not too far off. Anyway, got a couple of straps for this watch, but I typically wear it on a Bond strap or on the beautiful included this one here, that striped red and blue one. Love that. Love that. It also has this strap here, and I've got this strap as well. Don't like it very much, and I know that a lot of racing watches have these holes in them. I just don't care for it. It fits nice. It feels nice. It's high quality, but I don't know. I don't love that one. What else do I have over there? Let's see. I've got the I think that's all my hammies. Outside of the Hamilton world, I've got my Rado, Captain, Cook, Blue. Yeah, I've got this exact watch. I love this watch. Beautiful. 22nd anniversary gift from my wife. Fantastic watch. I mean, ceramic bezel, super crisp action, just so comfortable to wear. Confidence inspiring. Every time you put it on, you think it's doing a great job, because it is doing a great job. I love that watch a lot. I've also got, let's see, an Islander waffle white. I forget what this is actually called, but this is it here. Got one of these. It's basically a Seiko SKX. Fantastic, legendary dive watch, but better, sort of dialed up in quality. But, you know, good Japanese movement in it. 7S26, 7S2J. I can't remember which movement it is, but it doesn't matter. Well, I guess. Oh, it's an NH35. I'm sorry. But regardless, Japanese movement, fantastic. 200 liters water resistance, or waterproof. Great watch, very comfortable. Love wearing it. The bracelet that Mark put on this thing. Mark is the owner of Island Watch. The bracelet he put on that thing is fantastic. Love that bracelet. I've also got a couple of dope Casios. I've got a Casio G-Shock negative display. I've got a Casio, silver bracelet, 91 FW, a black classic 91 FW. I've got a calculator watch. I think I said that already. I said the G-Shock. Maybe that's all the Casios. Most recently, I got the Young Hans Max Bill Bauhaus. This is my most recent acquisition, and boy oh boy is it so beautiful. Yeah, baby. In fact, I'll just hang on. Photos. Just watch. Aha. Here she is. Just a couple weeks ago on my wrist. Oh my God, what a beautiful thing that is. When you're dressed formally, formal-ish. Man, what a beautiful watch. It's lovely. There's the whole collection. So anytime I travel, I bring 3 watches. So there's the Rado, there's the Interstellar that I'm wearing now, and then one of my Casios. Love the Casios. There's the Rado on wrist. So very pretty. Yeah, there's the Crosswind. Little aviation fun. Hey, yeah, baby. Calculator watch. You know, and if I'm going to a race, of course I'm wearing the Pan Europe. What? Of course I am. On the Bond strap. Yeah, on the Bond strap. That's the Bond strap I was talking about. It looks great. What else? What else? What else? What am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting a watch. I feel like I'm forgetting a watch. I mean, look at the way the light plays on this. Oh my God, it's brutal. Still, first luxury watch, still I think my favorite. Still I think my favorite. It just catches the light so well. What else? Let's see. Where's recent shot of the collection? So this is the Young Hans, the day I got the Young Hans. So we talked about the waffle, talked about the G-Shock negative display, the 291s, the calculator. So I keep this fossil around because even though it's just a fossil, it's a fashion watch, and there's a religion against fashion watches, right? I keep it around because that's my first mechanical watch. That's the first one I ever had that didn't require a battery, that had me Googling what is mechanical versus automatic wristwatches. And I bought that for like $95 from a fossil store, and it's a cheap piece of junk, but it will always live in my collection. I'll never get rid of it because it was the first. It was one that got me started. We talked about all these. Oh, and this is my dad's Seiko. I need to put a battery in this. It's my only quartz analog watch, but my dad gave me that. That'll always be in my collection as well. It's from the 90s. Just a lovely little timepiece dress watch that I don't really wear. Again, I love my automatics and my mechanicals, so I don't find a lot of reason to wear that watch, and I'm rarely dressed up in a way that I want to wear a black and gold watch. It's really not my style, but my father gave it to me, and that makes it really special, and so I'll just always have it, for sure. You know, when your father gives you a gift, that's got intentionality in it and sentimentality in it, and I think it's worth respecting that. Okay, we are cruising here at 10,000. I know we haven't been flying very much lately, but once the autopilot's on, we start jibber-jabbering about wristwatches. We've got an hour to go before our next waypoint. Is that right? Yeah, it looks like it's ABQ. But hey, that means that we're through a lot of Texas and we're into Arizona, New Mexico area. Yeah, so I guess we're in New Mexico. We might still be in North Texas here, but whatever. We're getting into the New Mexico area. Making good progress. Showing about 321 remaining in the flight. Cruising along comfortably. Been a smooth flight so far. I think our rise and dive did gain us about 10 miles an hour of overall speed. So a little parabolic action did some good for us, I think. I am going to put it on a showcase camera for a moment and then step away, I think. Methinks. For just maybe 10 minutes or so. Fixed camera. Let's pick one here. External 2. That's kind of cool. 3, 4, 5. Ooh, that's kind of cool too. 6, 7, 8. Look at that. Nah. 9. Oh ho! Heyo! Kind of loving that one. 10. 9. We're going to stay on 9 for a few. Guys, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. take a quick breakaroo from the stream. I'm back. Ah. Hey, look, an engine. Look at that engine. You can see there's things in it, stuff, things. I know jets. I don't know these things. I mean, I guess it works with, you know, good old suck, squeeze, bang, blow, right? It's still an internal combustion engine when using pistons, so I assume there's a cam, and I assume there's a crankshaft, and all that stuff, but I don't know. I don't know nothing about piston aircraft engines. Coming up on TCC, Tulsa Community College. No. Oh, this is that communist town. Tucumcari. Tucumcari. Let's see what communism looks like. Is it even a town, or is it just an airstrip in the middle of kind of nowhere here? Holy crap. What is this? Oh, I guess there's a town right there, huh? It's just like two runways in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico. I need to make it a point to land there at some point. This is where I should have stopped for fuel. Nah. Tiny little airport, no tower. And I guess that's in support of this town here. Do 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 da 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 boom. Yep, small town here. The biggest word on the screen here when you zoom into this town is Tucumcari Outdoor Classroom. So that's, I guess, the big draw in Tucumcari here, kids. And let's see. If I'm following West Tucumcari Boulevard here, which it looks like I am. Yeah, I am. That's Tucumcari Boulevard. Then the world famous Tucumcari Outdoor Classroom is right over here. I think, yeah, it must be this. How exciting is that? That is the Tucumcari, the world famous Tucumcari Outdoor Classroom. Cool town, man. Look at all the, it's a real driver's town. You can see the roads are all 90 degrees. It's hard to believe that people live in these tiny towns, you know? And I mean, they don't understand how people live in big cities, right? The guys that are, like, someone lives in that house. And, like, what are property values in Tucumcari? Zillow. Tucumcari, New Mexico. For sale, please. Wow, it's inexpensive to live there. Like, there's a $475,000 house in Tucumcari that is pretty palatial. I say that actually, no, it's only 2,400 square feet. Why is that so expensive, like, compared to the average? Like, most of these houses are 80 grand or so. Man, I don't know. I hope there's no one from Tucumcari out here on the stream judging me, but this does not look like a nice place to live. It does not look like an amazing place to live. I'm sure there's some cool stuff about it. There always is. Maybe it's a fantastic community with good schools. But sweet people maybe, but this does not look like a place that's on my want to move to list. Oh, I never turned off my be back soon thing. There we go. That's gone now. Because I am back, you see. So that was factually incorrect for a while there. I've not spent a lot of time on this flight flying this plane. We're just cruising at 10K. Still holding around 190. 185 ground speed. So not bad. Not bad. Temps are looking good. Let's think about fuel for a moment. Left tank at that. Right tank is identical. We're still full on our aux tanks. I might go ahead and switch over to the auxes. Drain those down to about half. Man, we made it past the metropolis that is Tucumcari. What are we coming up on here? Anton Chico? Anton Chico? VOR? ABQ is the next big one, though. Albuquerque, baby! I think after Albuquerque, in between Albuquerque and INW, which is what? Winslow. In between those, we'll start thinking about our approach. And we'll make a final decision on McCarran versus Nellis. I'm still tempted to land at Nellis just because. I am going to check Simaware real fast to see if any air traffic controllers have come online. Check vPilot, make sure I haven't gotten any messages from any ATC. I have not. Checking Simaware now, and nope, still no ATC out west. It looks like LA departure and arrivals online, but that is it. I'm gonna go ahead and tune into Albuquerque ATIS here and reset our altimeter. So that's gonna be 118.000. So 118.000. That's weird, it just went offline. Okay, never mind. Maybe we'll go ahead and set our altimeter for Vegas. Airports, please. Las Vegas. Weather, ATIS. 3013. So let's... And we'll think about which runways we're using if we decide to go in there. I suppose we can go ahead and set stuff up, right? Why not? What do you want, phone? I'm flying an airplane right now. So, you know, I was showing you Joma Shop a few minutes ago with the wristwatches. I just got a text from Joma Shop saying, "Hey, are you interested in buying a watch?" I'm like, always. But not right now, thanks. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were looking at ATIS. What was it, 3013? 3013 for the altimeter. So I'm going to go ahead and make that adjustment down here. One, two, three. There we go. All right, got our altimeter set, so I expect that to come back down to 10. And looking at runways, let's see, landing runways 26 left, 19 right are our landing runways. And so if we zoom-zy in, interesting, why would we be landing from the north and from the east? Is that right? That's interesting. 2-6 left arrival. So I could come in if I wanted to on 19 right, or 19 left, I guess 19 right or left, and maybe do a flyover of the speedway. I don't know what you guys think. Anyone out there in the chat want to tell me whether I should land at Nellis, right next to the Speedway, or at McCarran and get a... You know what? Mind made up. I'm doing McCarran. I'm going to come in at the main airport, 19 right, because I kind of want to see... I bought the payware of Vegas, the airport / Vegas $20 payware combo pack, and with that in mind, I'd kind of like to see if I can get an arrival that brings me in from the north there. So let's go back under our flight. Let's think about our approaches and arrivals here. I'm going to change this though to 19 left. Okay. ILS. Oh, is there not an ILS for the 19s? They're all RNAV. Okay, then I'll change it back. I guess you can't tell from this screen which ones have ILS and which ones don't. So 2-6 left, add to route. We'll do an ILS 2-6 left. I think that was one of the options there. Transition Preno, is that right? Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that looks efficient and perfect. Darn it. We'll do that. Well, let's program it in. So, what that means is we'll go into flight plan mode here. And, oh, I'm sorry, procedures. And I'm going to select an arrival. I'm going to approach first, enter. And ILS Z26 left, enter. Vector Preno, enter. Load. Yes. And let's see what that put in there. I think that takes care of both things. Perfect. Now what I got to do is clear out KLAS. So what's going to happen now, and let's just verify. Let's find haha. So there's haha. Alright, so we're going to ABQ, INW, haha. And then the next thing we should see is, well, interesting. What happened to Queen? This is where I say I don't really understand how some of this stuff works. Because let's hit procedures again. And now that we've got our approach selected, let's select an arrival too. And we're expecting the Rockstar 3 arrival. With the haha transition for runway 26 left. Load. Okay, so now let's look at it again. So right now, we're on our way to ABQ, right? And then from ABQ, INW, from INW, haha. There we go. Haha to Queen. Then Styx. Then Petty. Hold on, what's this? Rockstar. I don't see Rockstar there. Huxley. Oh yeah, there's Rockstar. I think I wasn't zoomed in far enough. So Rockstar, Huxley, Halen, yeah. Should see Primo next. Prino next. Larry, Shand, and then runway. Oh, Relin, and then runway. Perfect. We are ready. Flight plan. A little glass of Chardonnay while we fly. Yes sir. Yes sir. Anyway, we're programmed now. All the way in. That does unfortunately mean we aren't going to get to see a whole lot. We aren't going to get to see the speedway. Bummer. Yeah. I wonder, I bet you what they really do is they'll come in and land at Las Vegas, and then they'll take a helicopter to the speedway. I bet you that's what happens. I doubt they're... I mean, they might be just taking cars. I don't know. Why not? They're not so fancy, unless you're Denny Hamlin. I like Denny. I don't know. I'm not ragging on Denny. New Mexico traffic. Roush 617. Still just sort of flying west here. Not much going on. Nothing to report. You know, I think that the sim brief range estimate on this aircraft might be wrong. Like, I don't feel like I've been burning through all my fuel. I feel like even without cheating, I could have made it. Then again, I've still got a couple hours to go, so maybe I'm misreading that. Because what do we have here? 2:48 to go. I don't know, maybe. What time does race day start? What time does race day start? YouTube TV. Oh, race day's on now. Also, the IndyCar series is on. I can't get into IndyCar. I don't know why. It doesn't do it for me, you know?
Cheers. Well, the celebration is on for Ryan Blaney.
Oh, it's on.
I'm grateful for the people who have believed
Known
in
as
me.
a champion.
Took a chance. All this work meant something.
What an awesome year, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was flashing through all these people that helped me out. I wish they were here. Wonder where they are, you know?
Ready. Green flag, green flag. Go, 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 go.
Oh man, I'm out of wine there in my glass. Oh. Oh no! Oh, I didn't want any more. Oh man! Oh, this is too much. Darn it. Well, now I got to drink it or it'll go bad.
Crowned a champion while Watermelon Man Ross Chastain drove to victory lane, but this time
Watermelon Man, becoming more and more of a fan of his, or at least of Trackhouse. I'll say I'm becoming more and more of a fan of Trackhouse.
With a pit road that's as sketchy as Rattlesnake Hill. It's week 4 of the NASCAR season, and we know what time it is. It is time to go. It's time to go from Phoenix Raceway. Welcome to Race Day here on FS1. Welcome to our studios, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake. He is America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds, and of course, the Daytona 500 champ, Jamie McMurray. So far this season, we've had 2 super speedways. We've had an intermediate track. Today, we go much, much shorter. We've had a little bit of everything, haven't we?
Well, the size of the tracks, they keep changing. The other thing that keeps changing are drivers that's making it to victory lane. 3 races, 3 different winners. If you go back to the last 3 races of last year, these 6 races, we've had 6 different winners. And for all those years going to Phoenix, you would say, who's the favorite? Kevin Harvick. Well, that has changed also because the last 7 trips out there to the desert, 7 different winners. I don't know how in the world you handicap this 312-lap race.
Yeah, I mean, and up until today, this season, Ford has been on all the poles. Chevy has won all the races. But Denny Hamlin's on the pole today, and based on what I saw in practice, it looks like Toyota is going to be the manufacturer beat today.
Do you know what time it is right now?
It's an hour later than it was yesterday.
Yeah, because I woke up this morning. It doesn't. They get to stay on the same time. Most of the country sprung ahead last night, losing that precious hour of sleep. But it does not matter what time it is. Bob Pockris is always on the beat. Here's the business with Bob.
Business with Bob.
Rough race on pit road at Las Vegas. Kyle Busch said RCR is much like a football team going to their practice squad and elevating 2 tire changers and a jackman from their Xfinity Series crews to his Cup crew for Phoenix. Richard Childress told me their issues on pit road aren't because of a lack of effort, but they need to find the best single crew members who can perform under that intense pressure. RFK Racing will appeal the 2 race suspensions to Chris Buescher's front tire changer and jackman for the wheel coming off at Las Vegas. Why appeal? Well, the suspensions are deferred until the hearing date, and Brad Keselowski told me they don't really have a lot of depth on their pit crews and need the extra time to integrate the substitute crew members. This is the first race of the new short track package with a different underbody and a spoiler increase from 2 inches to 3 inches. The overall downforce is relatively
Yeah, that was
similar
pretty
to a year
shameful
ago,
what
but it
happened
does change where
with
the
Buescher's
downforce is
tire
made and
falling
also
off last
creates
week.
more passing. There also is a new tire that they
Gotta be
hope
better
has
than that.
more wear over the
You know, if
course
that
of the
hadn't
run.
happened, we wouldn't be
This
flying the
package will be
DC-3.
set on
We'd be
short
in
tracks and road courses,
Vision
except
Jet or
for Bristol
Citation
and Dover. And that's the
because
business with Bob.
that crushed Buescher and put him to the
Changes on pit road or no
last place
changes
DNF
on
finish,
pit road for one team.
non-finish.
And that's going to be a hot topic, right? Because we're going to hear pit road a lot today.
Yeah, I mean, and Kyle Busch, obviously they've struggled in the pits. I mean, at Vegas, though, he slid long.
Yeah, they
so
have.
That's not the pit
It's because
crew's fault, but
RCR
today,
sucks.
this is probably the hardest track to pass on. You'll hear track position, pit stops all day long because of how hard Phoenix historically has always been. So they're going to try
Jamie
to get the 18 a little bit
McMurray
better.
is
When you talk
unnecessarily
about
handsome.
RFK
He
I
needs
heard
to
Bob mention it
chill with the
there,
handsome.
They don't have a lot of depth, right? They don't have that next guy in line. So if they can prolong this another week or 2, they can get somebody ready at the shop to get ready for that team.
Yeah, when I first heard they were appealing, now, well, this is pretty much black and white, cut and dry. If you lose a tire and a wheel
You're not gonna
race
win.
on the racetrack, that's pretty much the jackman and a tire changer or 2-race suspension. But once I heard the reason they appealed, it made so much more sense. But go back to something that Bob said there.
And even though
These
my boys are getting
professional
bit by it
athletes,
right
these
now,
pit crew members,
I
don't see anybody lose their job, and I don't know that anybody
appreciate-
lost their job. They're just moving people around on these pit crews. But you heard him relate
I
it
appreciate
to
the penalty
a
system.
football team.
You gotta
You
get
know,
the tires on the
offensive
cars.
line is getting the quarterback sacked over and over and over. Unless you're the Carolina Panthers, you replace the offensive line. That's just, it's a professional sport, and these guys are paid like professional athletes.
That's a dig right there. Why
Well,
is
they're
this
not.
Road? Why does it create so many challenges? I mean, because
A linebacker or an offensive line makes more
the thing that gets
than
caught here the
a
most
tire
is
changer
because of the
or
curve
a
on
jack
pit
man.
road, and that you have to manipulate your speed. You actually speed in one section to not be speeding, if that makes sense. The pit stalls are also really slick. Just historically here, you'll see guys slide through their pit stalls and track position. So it's magnified here. If you lose spots in the pits, you're going to hear
Jamie
guys
Mack,
talk
you're
about it
too
more just
handsome,
because of how
bro.
hard it is to
You need to
pass.
chill it.
And then the third thing that Bob touched on is we got a little different aero package at Phoenix.
Just occurred to me that we got the
Something
double
NASCAR's
Mac
doing
in this
at the one
commentary
mile
here.
and under tracks,
Jamie Mack and
excluding
Larry
Bristol, but
Mack.
it also will include the road courses, and he pretty much touched on it right there.
Except it's two
a
different
little
Macs, right?
bigger
It's
rear
McMurray
spoiler.
and
It's a
McReynolds.
simplified rear
But whatever,
diffuser
they're
under
both
the rear of the
Macs.
car, much smaller, less strakes that are hanging down. And I think what we're going to see with this, it's going to put more in the driver's hands. We're going to have more tire fall off, and I think
You know,
if
this,
you've got a good handling car, you'll be able to maybe pass a car that's not driving. as good as
Spotify
yours.
playlist for streaming is pretty good. I'm going to save it to my library. That doesn't mean I'll be able to find it later. I find Spotify's library and search mechanism to be completely unreliable and terrible. But whatever. I'll stop whining. Jamie Little's still keep it at high and tight, man.
Tyrolin may cause honey. Big one is get that one.
NASCAR Fox is out here for the Phoenix race, and we have the pros from the PBA out here. How cool is this?
Coming in as the defending champions, so
That's a good partnership. Go bowling and NASCAR. There's I imagine a good amount of overlap between those two communities. That's a weird camera angle. Why would I do that? That one's kind of cool.
Here at the NASCAR race, bring the energy for bowling every time we're here. I feel like I get way more nervous for this than any other race.
I started off with a strike right out of the gates, and then I gutter balled when I needed it most.
The racers, I think, got a little feud between the four of them, and I think they all want to win this pretty bad.
I thought I had him right where I wanted him, down a couple pins. As always, AJ was out there talking trash.
Almendinger just got
Almendinger.
louder and louder.
Dinger!
I'm going to talk trash all day. I may struggle, but I'm going to trash talk enough that they struggle as well.
Parsons brought his own ball in his own shoes. Who does that?
I did that. I did bring my own ball, my own shoes.
Bob Pockris,
They love
man.
to have a good time, and they love good sports, and I think we got two of the best in the world combined together into one.
I don't know, something tells me AJ Allmendinger maybe has
Just
the
a chill
bumper
flight
on. I think he'd be
across the
bumper
desert
guy.
right now, man.
I don't know.
Little something on Phil Parsons.
For those of you who are not in the U.S., man, this is the U.S.
That's, you can catch that next
Start in
Sunday.
a cream,
PBA
lush mountainous
coverage
area,
right before our
go to
Bristol
the
coverage at
Great
1 o'clock on
Plains,
Fox. Don't miss that.
completely
Do you
flat,
do good
and then
bowling?
you head to this arid desert area. You know, that's just the bottom half of the country. There's a whole top half. There's a couple mountain ranges
That's exactly
involved.
what I said. There you go. Then you can win. Let's talk about SHR. We saw some of the guys in that piece right now. We knew that there was going to be challenges for this team coming into this season. Of course, losing a caliber driver like Kevin Harvick. What have they shown you?
Yeah, the most pleasant surprise, and I don't know that I saw this coming, but has been Noah Gragson in that 10 car so far. 2 top 10 finishes in the first 3 races.
Yeah,
But when you
Gragson,
look at Noah, you look
out
at
of
Ryan
nowhere.
Preece, you look at Chase Briscoe, those 3 drivers combined, they've only scored 2 stage points. Chase Briscoe scored 2 stage
That's
points.
because
in the
SHR
round. When you look at
sucks.
all 4 of the Stewart
Most
Haas
disappointing
racing
Ford
drivers,
team.
the highest
RCR is
finishes
most
after 3
disappointing
races is
Chevy
Chase
team.
Briscoe in 20th, but what you have to do
Legacy's
that
got to be
10
the
car
most
right there,
disappointing
and the 41
Toyota
car
team.
After Atlanta with the roof rail violation, they did receive a 35-point.
I'll be interested to see
Yeah,
if
you're not
Honda
gonna turn
actually
it around
enters the
overnight,
sport.
and
If
it's
they
no
do,
secret that it's been a struggle for
there's
the
going to be
last
some
couple years
upsets.
for SHR.
I think SHR will move to
Harvick
Honda.
leaving makes that only worse because you depend on someone like him to help guide the ship on what do we need to work on, what do we need to get better. But I'm with Larry. Noah Gragson's been just a huge surprise to me. I didn't expect that. And when you look at Briscoe and Gragson today, they're both qualified inside the top 10. So they've carried some of that speed over. I think we've seen a glimpse of hope. I know on their side, they feel like they're heading in the right direction. And we'll see today because if you can run well last week at Vegas and then come here, as you mentioned, a shorter track, this is a tough place. This is and knowing the championships decide here, this is a place you want to run well. If they can run well today, it shows they're on the right track.
And somebody that ran very well at this racetrack for a long time.
Go ahead and
was
set up
Kevin
our
Harvick in
ILS
that number
frequency
4 car. We mentioned his departure.
landing.
Josh Berry took that ride over for Kevin Harvick this season. His best finish was 20th this year. Last year, of course, he replaced an injured Chase Elliott in the spring Phoenix race. He finished 10th. Jamie Little's been busy this weekend. You saw her bowling. She called the ARCA race. She called the Xfinity Series race. And now she's with Josh Berry down on pit road.
111.5.
Shannon, the good thing for Josh Berry is he's returning to a track that he's been here before, so how does that experience?
It automatically
last
did
spring
it. Why does
help
it
you when
automatically
you
do it?
jump
I don't
back
want
in
it to
the
do
car for
that.
the second time?
I want to set that.
Definitely, I feel like it helped a little bit. Obviously, just having some laps here, a little bit understanding.
I want to have the
Obviously, we
responsibility of doing
package,
that.
a different tire.
I don't know if that's an accessibility setting I have turned on. I don't want.
They're still a lot different, but it still feels nice to come back to a place where we had a good result. And hopefully we can, we're starting in a hole, but hopefully we can battle and have a good result at the end of the day.
Well, you mentioned it. You're starting in a hole. It's been a rough start to your full-time season, first full-time season. What's that transition been like for you overall, going from Xfinity
So I'll
up
go ahead
to
and
the
study
top
my
series?
arrival plate real fast.
Well, I think it's been a unique experience, I feel like, for us
I love this
at the start of the
overlay.
year. Because honestly, I feel like our races and our speed have been better than our finishes. And we just, I've just made small mistakes that have just kind of put us in a hole, just like yesterday, right? I think we had a really good qualifying lap going, barely touched the apron and
I
got
don't
loose
need
off
to
the
give
floor
him a
and spun
descent
it out.
until
But,
Huxley.
we just gotta
Halen at
really, I
9.
gotta just put the mistakes behind me. Hopefully, I'm knocking them out earlier in this year, and then once we get in a rhythm, I think we'll be fine. I mean, got a
Huxley
great
9.
group. Rodney's been a great leader, man. I can't speak enough about the job that he's done, even on these tough days. When I spin out in qualifying or have a speeding penalty, right, man, he's just continued to prove why he's so great at what he does. So we're gonna battle hard today.
Okay.
We're gonna race hard. We
I
think we
think
can
I
get up
know my
front. We
way
feel like we
down.
have a great car. The company as a whole has
You
been
know what? I never
faster,
joined my
and we're gonna try to
team's
get up to the front
Discord.
and get a solid finish today.
Do that real
You
fast.
mentioned what happened on Saturday. You don't get testing.
online
You don't
just in
get
case
these
anyone
extra
drops
practice
by.
sessions every week like rookies used to. How difficult does that make it on you to jump in your car and go out there and try to qualify with guys who have been doing it for 10, 15 years?
Yeah, I think that obviously that's it's a unique element of our racing nowadays, right? I've never tested a car ever with data or anything. So even an Xfinity car, truck, nothing like that. So it's been a unique experience in itself, and I think just adapting and learning that is just what makes it harder and harder to keep doing, to do this. And yeah, it's just it's something that we all fight, we all battle. We always say we want more practice, but we're always wishing we had more. But all in all, it's still it's the same for everybody, right? We just got to adapt. I got to adapt and do a little better job in those scenarios. But most of all, we have a fast
Still
racing
just
car.
cruising.
We have a great race team. We got a great pit crew on pit road. If we just can do the little things right, we'll find ourselves up front.
All right, Josh Berry will roll off 36.
Well
today,
spoken,
Shane.
Josh
He's got
Berry.
his work cut out for him.
Thank
Looking
you,
for you
Jamie.
to
Wasn't it Richard Petty that said the longest distance
up
in the
your,
NASCAR garage is from the Xfinity garage
performance
to
though,
the
kid.
Cup garage? You expected more from Josh Berry this season, right?
Yeah, I did, and you can tell just listening to that interview, he's a little bit deflated. And,
Yeah.
and if you just go back to qualifying, he's frustrated with himself because they thought they had a good car. He barely clips the
Yeah, it
apron.
turns out it's a Stuart
getting
Haas
into
car,
turn
though.
3 and spins around. It's going to start dead last today. We've talked about this whole show how hard it is to pass at this track. But one thing that I will say about the 4 team that I really like is, first off, Rodney's been, his crew chief's been pretty optimistic as you read the comments on social media. And they spent the winter working together. That Josh went and ran some late model races, and Rodney went and was his crew chief at these late model races, trying to get that chemistry where it needs to be. Obviously, their performance, he said it there, they are probably running a little better than where they're finishing. But unfortunately, in our world, it's all based on finishes, and that's kind of what your emotions are tied to. So they're going to have their work cut out today.
I don't think I needed to cheat on fuel. I think that there's an error in SimBrief, or maybe Duckworks. Maybe SimBrief is unaware of the Duckworks mod,
That's what you do as a driver.
Yeah.
and
right?
I
You
do
always-
have the
I mean,
range to
I
get
just
there.
try to
Is that for us or for
I
you?
just try to read body language, and I know how I would feel if I were in
Yeah.
his position. That's the 4 team. That's the kind of the flagship team at Stuart Haas. They're at a track that Harvick's won 10,000 times at, right? So the expectations are a little bit higher here for them, and that's a frustrating way to start your weekend out. But, Larry, I would say, if they get a good result based on everything they've been through this weekend, you're going to feel really good leaving.
Yeah, I just think if they can just have
It's interesting
one
the way
good
this
run
works.
and one good finish, I think that will give that.
So this is an old school airplane, right? There's no digital anything in here except for this retrofitted autopilot and avionics system, because normally there'd be a Sperry system there, which I've learned how to use, by the way. It's pretty cool. Watch my Philippines island hopping video for that. But anyway, what's neat about this, you'll notice how the alignment of these indicators changes a little bit when I rotate the knob. See how they're not exactly in the same place? And the reason for that is because these are actual pieces of paper being flipped. I wish this was a little bit better animated. Maybe this is the way it looks. Maybe it's this instant. But when you flip, it's rotating a piece of paper behind, kind of like oh gosh, like what? I guess like a date wheel in a watch, right? Where it's all the letters and numbers are there. It's just there's a window displaying a certain piece of it at any given time, as opposed to a regular steam gauge where you have all of the numbers displayed at a given time. Here, there's a rotating mechanism behind this that's only showing right now the left main, right now the left aux tanks. I think that's really cool. You know, it's an innovative way to use one window to economically show 4 different pieces of information. I think that's pretty cool. I like that. I love the innovation that was forced by the technology available to us at the time.
His best starting spot so far was 14th at Atlanta. He's sitting 30th in
Man,
the
look at
points
this.
right now, and he did not get a points reduction.
Nowhere USA right now.
Weather this storm. I think he and Rodney Childers, I think they're the perfect combination for each other, and I think eventually they're going to start.
Cruising along though, man.
That car just makes me thirsty.
This altitude,
like,
this
I want to drink
zoom.
some Sunny D, but I didn't get that. You didn't get that? No?
Looks pretty
Come on,
fast.
Well, this is how my brain works. Hendrick Motorsports.
No, we don't.
She's feeling thirsty, huh?
We're going to look back at Kyle Larson's big Vegas win and the celebration. That was a family affair. I love this moment so much. And
Not a fan of Kyle Larson, screw Hendrick, but that was kind of cool to see.
Yeah.
Not him winning, but the dad moment. As a dad, I appreciate dad moments.
Press 1.
Week at Vegas. He is now in the hunt for championship number 2.
Boo.
Here we go, boys. Green flag, 400 miles away.
Boo.
Kyle Larson, in my
That's
opinion,
fast.
is
I mean, I know this is slow by airplane standards, but at 10,000 feet,
has been all Kyle
it
Larson.
feels
You
fast.
put that kid behind the wheel of a race car like this, and he will get the job done. Old-fashioned bug whooping all day long. Kyle Larson
It doesn't
scores
feel like
his
10,000 feet.
24th career win for Rick Hendrick.
That's an ass kicking. Hell yeah, boys.
How cool. That moment last week was so cool to watch it happen. And listen, we know that Kyle Larson is extremely talented, and that was on display in those closing laps. Quite frankly, the entire race last
Yeah,
week.
it was, Shannon. But and if you look at it, just the results, he qualifies second, he wins both stages, he leads 181 laps. You would say, well, he just dominated, and he did. But if Tyler Reddick doesn't have the issues he had earlier during the race, I think it would have been maybe a different outcome. But when you look at those last couple of laps, the closing laps, what Kyle Larson was able to do with his car. To be a great driver, you've got to be fast, which Larson is. You got to be able to search for the line, which Larson's able to do. But you also have to have racecraft, and that's what you see right here. Larson's driving out of the back of his car. It's almost like you're at a Daytona, a Talladega, an Atlanta.
3026.
You're driving out of the back of the car as much as you're on the front because he's just trying to put his car in front of Reddick's, and it's a little bit of a guess when you go down one of the front stretch or the back stretch. If you're Reddick as to where's Larson going to run, and he doesn't want you to know that, it was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, and what I saw with that race, the execution by Kyle Larson, the execution by the way Cliff Daniels called that race, the execution by the 5 pit crew on pit road, it was almost flawless. But they seem to have a knack. When they win in dominating fashion. They don't just come out of the woodwork when they win a race. They pretty much dominate by leading the most laps and winning both stages. But that was his first top 10 finish of the season. It was his 18th win driving that 5 car for Hendrick Motorsports. That ties him with Chase Elliott, is third on the list of drivers' wins at Hendrick Motorsports behind, obviously, Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon. But I will say this, his 18 wins, they have come in 111 starts in that 5 car. That's a win percentage of 16%.
He
really
only
good.
needs 65 more wins.
It's frustrating how good Kyle Larson is.
And somebody here picked Kyle Larson to win. I don't know. I've seen it on TV. It's just
Better
looks
watch
cool.
it. You're going to get a kink in your arm
This
there.
right here. One of Kyle Larson's teammates, Chase Elliott, won the fall 2020 Phoenix race, and with it, he won the series championship. He is with Regan Smith.
Well, Shannon, Chase Elliott knows a little thing.
Do I need to look at
Raceway, of course, locking up an Xfinity championship here. Cup win in 22 that locked
I'm
up
going
the
to take a quick
championship,
look
and the
at
second most lap sled at
Navigraph.
this track
A little bit worried about the height of that mountain
Two
there.
things for the
Wondering if I need to... Actually, hang on. Can I see... Is there... Ah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so where am I? Right there. So it's 10.4 right here. So I'm at 10,000, right? Think about this. 11,000 mountain there, a 10,000 mountain there. I think I'm okay. I'll be ready to take manual control in a few minutes here, just in case, because it feels. I guess that's 7780 right there. Okay, we're all right. We're all right by like 3,000. And then 66, 59, 65, 71. Then we get into this area where it's 96, 87. Like, I'm only gonna have 1,000 feet or so worth of clearance, which is fine, but low for a cross-country flight. I guess all of this is in the sevens. I'm looking at these numbers. This means 7,200, 6,700, 7,000, 7,700. I'm gonna keep it at 10. Okay, what's this all about? That says 12.6 at the peak. 88. I mean, we might be doing some manual flying later here because of mountainy things. I think I'm okay to stay at 10 the whole way. I didn't see anything that hit 10. But like this first mountain here, that's the first one that's giving me any kind of pause regarding
confidence as we get ready for
clearance.
Yeah, I think more just
because like I wouldn't be able to make that, right?
You know, our prep work
like, look over there.
Puts more emphasis and makes you feel better than anything in the
level
past.
this out.
You know,
I don't know. I might barely be able to clear it.
Can change so much. You know, in the course of a season, much.
Gotta
less,
watch it, man.
You know, 3 or 4 years ago.
I'm
so
sitting here watching
like our team's in a,
pre-race coverage for NASCAR and only
Um,
50% paying attention to my flight. But
emphasis,
your
going
pilot's
into
got
just
things to
trying
do
get better and chip
on
away
long
at it.
flights.
And I think everybody's just mentally in a good spot and willing to
Trailer
put in
house.
whatever time and work we need to. And
Not Tornado Alley
hold
though,
each other
so
accountable.
it's fine.
And I think
Well, that's a
what
big
makes our
house.
group really enjoyable to work with is we can all say, hey,
Assuming it's a house, it might be
on days where I'm not doing my
business of
part,
some
I'm
sort.
okay with being told that, and vice versa. So we're all just really enjoying our time a little more and just trying to make sure we're putting in the right amount of effort to
Who's
be
jibber
successful.
jabbering here? Oh, Chase
Look
Elliott.
at the
Who
race
cares?
today, Chase.
Hendricks.
Some unknowns going into it
Oh,
with the rules changes. Not a lot of long runs for anybody on this track. How important is that going to be to adapt as the race goes on today? And have that good
anybody
communication
but
and that good
Hendrick,
confidence
please.
in each other? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't do the test, you know, back in December or whenever it was, and honestly, I had forgotten they had done anything until they started talking about it after practice. So I think that kind of
wow, Chase, you really sound dialed into your sport like a
much
professional.
different to me from just a normal
Lazy
Phoenix
ass.
weekend. So,
Banking on
a
his
lot of
father's
the- a lot of
name
the same
and his
characteristics
popularity.
that I've seen,
Like, talented
at
race
this
car
track
drivers,
with
especially
this
on road
car, I
courses.
think are still holding true, even though
Talented
with
race car driver,
with the diffuser
but
changes, so,
is lazy.
I
Is
can't say
lazy.
that it's really changed my mindset at all, and it doesn't seem to be impacting the car in very many different
In
ways
my mind.
thus far. That can
Not a fan.
certainly change today. But,
A, Hendrick driver.
So far throughout the
B,
weekend, it's been kind
most
of
popular
Phoenix as usual.
nepotism
Right, Shannon, he
driver.
starts third today.
You know,
Best
the Dale
steering
Earnhart
spot of the
problem.
year. Let's keep an eye on that, Chase.
The Dale
He
Earnhart
sure
Jr.
does.
problem.
Great starting
C,
spot. I asked you this
nepotism
earlier in
driver.
relation to Josh
Again,
Berry.
Dale
If you
Earnhardt
expected
Jr. issue.
more out of him this season.
Hold on.
I'm going to ask you the same question about Chase Elliott.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we did our pre-race shows on.
Please
on
tell me
Race
this
Star,
right-hander
I
is
thought
happening
he's gonna have
after
this,
the mountain.
this breakout year, and he still could. One thing that I'd like to point out is I feel like Chase gets criticized sometimes for not being happy, not smiling, right? Like not showing enough.
I don't care that that's not
I
the
really
deal.
appreciate
I think
his
he's just
honesty.
nepotism
He just calls a
and
spade a spade. If things
lazy.
aren't going well, he says it exactly like it is. The struggle for me with him this year is that it's not like he's crashed out of 2 of the 3 races we've had because they've been at drafting type tracks. He's kind of been in that 12th to 15th place position. Maybe he's run a little bit better than that, but
I
his
think
two
it's gonna
teammates
go
have
around the
won,
mountain
and
4
I just have to
turns.
put myself in his shoes. He wants to go out. He wants to not only be as good as them, he wants to be better than they are. Maybe today, Larry, is the day that he can turn that around with this 3rd place starting position.
Well, honestly, this is one
Well,
of the stories I'm
honestly,
watching today because you heard Regan
were you
say,
gonna lie
you know,
before,
his
Larry?
best start this season. This equals his best start of last year, starting up there 3rd. And what I saw in practice on Friday, remember we got that
I want to turn
50-minute
this.
practice
I
on
want
Friday.
to push buttons.
Until they made a mock
I can't
qualifying
push these
right at the end
buttons.
of practice, he was way down the practice sheet. But it's the little battles you hang your hat on. But you think about this: 37 races since his last trip to Victory Lane at Talladega in the fall of 2022. Byron and Larson, they have been to Victory Lane 13
Yeah, I would not have
times
cleared that.
since
Look at that.
win at Talladega.
Looking up.
And he has not had a top 5 finish at a non-super speedway.
Are you turning
oval
now?
since Nashville all the way back in June.
My bold prediction
I
at the
think you're just
beginning of
handling
the season was that Hendrick
wind.
Motorsports was going to win 15 races this season. So I need
Hanging at 190 though, man. We're just cruising along. This is good speed for this old boy.
is off to right now. They have won 2 of the first 3. So there you go. I mean, I only need 13 more wins. William Byron kicked it off with the Daytona 500, and then last week Kyle Larson, of course, winning all 3 stages, led 240 laps. It was complete.
Definitely gonna need to watch some
The
mounts.
team itself is closing in on 80,000
Because that was the 11,
laps
right?
led in 40 years, the most of any organization. I feel
Yeah,
like every week we're
so
celebrating
that's 11.
something
Oh,
else
hang
for
on.
Hendrick Motorsports, and all I can say is wow.
I thought the same thing as you're reading that. I'm like, this is my 6th year doing TV. and I
Oh,
forget
we got
every
ABQ
year,
Center.
like,
Okay, we need to turn off the race stuff
and
then.
it's incredible every year to see.
132.800. 132.800. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit.
And there was a couple calling at once there. Who's checking in?
Spirit Wings 90332.
So what's happening here is Albuquerque Center just came online, and I'm about to check in with them.
Spirit Wings 903 Albuquerque Center ident.
They sent me a message saying check in. Oh, look at that. So I'm gonna have air traffic control for a while here, but not for descent.
And Albuquerque Center American 755 is inbound on 08.
American 1775 Albuquerque Center, Roger. You have the field in sight.
Field in sight, American 755.
American 1755, Roger. Your radar contact and your cleared visual approach runway 8.
Visual approach runway 8, American 755.
Albuquerque Center, JetBlue 2727 is flight level 130.
JetBlue 2727 Albuquerque Center, squawk 1616.
1616 for JetBlue 2727.
Albuquerque Center, Delta.
Everyone else is checking in at the same time.
1068
I think
is
it
flight
just
level
came online.
360.
Delta 1068 Albuquerque Center, hello, ident. JetBlue 2727 Albuquerque Center, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Climb and maintain flight level 380, JetBlue 2727.
Albuquerque Center with you, Roush 617 at 10,000.
2 calling at once. I think someone said they were at 10,000.
Affirm Albuquerque Center. This is Roush 617 at 10,000.
And Delta 1068 Albuquerque Center, radar contact.
Albuquerque Spirit Wings 903. You have me?
Wings 903 Albuquerque Center, radar contact. 5 miles to the east of the San Simon VOR. Welcome.
Albuquerque Center, Southwest 651 with you, flight level 330.
Roush 617 Albuquerque Center, ident.
Ident Roush 617. Albuquerque Center, Roush 617, you have me?
Roush 617, your radar contact, we'll call it a mile north of the Albuquerque airport. Welcome.
Thank you for the ATC. Roush 617.
Another one was checking in.
Yeah, Southwest 651 OTF flight level 330.
Yay, so we've got a little bit of ATC to
Southwest 651 Albuquerque Center. Are you inbound to Phoenix? Your flight plan
TBQ?
says Albuquerque.
We're inbound to Phoenix. We're going to
Albuquerque, New Mexico, baby!
Southwest 651, Roger. Once you get that in, I'll get you set up. For now, descend via the Ping 1 arrival. Phoenix landing east. The Phoenix altimeter is 3008.
I think we're going to be turning right in just a moment here.
3008 landing
what's
east.
our time?
American 1755,
2 minutes to a
runway
right turn.
8, clear to land, wind 100 at 7.
Have I ever been to Albuquerque? I've been to Tucson. Have I ever been to Albuquerque?
American
I know that I
1755,
have.
runway 8, clear to land.
I don't know that I have been to Albuquerque. I don't think I have.
American 1755, Albuquerque Center.
Again, American 75, Carolina 0810.
Thank you.
Wonder where the Heisenberg house is down here.
Albuquerque Center, Spirit.
It's a pretty sprawling city, though.
350.
Where's Los Pollos Hermanos? There it is! There's the meth warehouse!
462,
Meth
Albuquerque
warehouse!
Center radar contact, flight level 350.
Maybe not. I don't know. Turn on my landing lights. More traffic, big city. Bigger city. Largish city. I am the one who knocks. Wow, the city just freaking stops. Look at that. City, 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 not city. Like the second this mountain happens, mountain, hill, this adjustment in the crust's elevation.
And on the ground at Phoenix, I'm getting the PDCs out now.
That's not a problem, and we're ready at spot 5 for taxi. Once you've done that, Southwest Valley 59.
Let's go take a look real quickly at SimAware. What you say? And see how much crap's on the ground here now that there's ATC. Oh, not much. Okay, just one dude so far heading to Houston. Whereas I'm just cruising on through, baby. Cruising on through. We're turning north a little bit here in a moment, northwest, because we're on our way there. We got to go.
American 1755, welcome to Phoenix taxi to the ramp via Charlie. Good day.
Taxi via Charlie ramp. Good day.
Southwest.
Southwest 950, ready for taxi at Albuquerque.
Standby 1, Southwest 559, runway 8, taxi via Delta. Or I'm sorry, runway 7 left, taxi via Delta.
We're turning! We're turning!
And Southwest 995, I cannot hear you, sorry.
Oh goodness. Oh no, we're
Albuquerque
out of
Center,
wine
hello,
again.
American
What I don't want is more wine.
03 is flight
Oh,
level
no.
340,
Oh, man.
60 miles
Oh,
northwest of Albuquerque.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate that happened. You know, you hate to see it. But
And American 6203 Albuquerque
sometimes
Center, Roger,
your Chardonnay gets
clock
refilled without you wanting.
7316.
Sometimes it happens.
7316 for American 6203.
Let's pay attention to some altitude stuff here.
American 950, ready for taxi.
Hanging out at 10,000.
I mean, sorry, Southwest.
Look at this line.
Southwest 950,
71,
runway 26, taxi via Alpha.
87. It's only a 1300.
Can we get runway 8
clearance.
for Southwest 950?
Yeah, Southwest 950, runway 8, taxi via Alpha.
Taxi via Alpha, Southwest 950.
67. Okay, that looks okay. No concerns there. You know, just looking at that, and I'm remembering that
American 6203
right back here,
Albuquerque Center, radar contact.
that's 11.
American 6203, roger.
So, gots to be careful. Ooh, excuse me, gots to be careful.
Southwest 1997,
Look how far away you can see
Albuquerque Center,
runway.
your radar contact. You can descend via Eagle 6 arrival, Phoenix landing east, Phoenix altimeter 3006 now, and I lost you. Southwest 650.
Southwest 650 with you.
Southwest 650, there we go. You can descend via the Eagle 6 arrival, Phoenix landing east. Phoenix altimeter is now 3006.
Center's
Expect
also
visual approach
online.
runway 8.
Am I gonna go through Salt Lake
Somebody
Center?
at the Eagle 6,
No, I won't.
we got 3008 and expect runway 8 for south of 650.
Southwest 5885, leaving my airspace to the east. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see you.
That's this guy.
On a Unicom, Southwest 5885, we'll see you, Chase.
Just curious. I've never really looked into much about how the ATC guys do their work.
Anyone else waiting on something?
But he was just talking to this guy leaving his airspace. This guy's coming in, so we should expect to hear, if we haven't already,
$1 million would be
Southwest
nice.
2112
Yeah,
coming in.
you and me both. FedEx 576.
He's looking for
Albuquerque, good afternoon. Southwest 2112.
that's this guy.
Southwest 2112, Albuquerque Center radar contact. Good afternoon.
It is so cool. The logistics of
Southwest 2112, clear direct Nabob.
Nabob?
Roger, clear direct to
FedEx
Nabob.
boy
Southwest
still
2112.
hasn't squawked in. We should probably do a fuel check, right? I mean, I think we've been okay. But we should probably do a fuel check. Boink, boink, boink. Dude, we got tons of fuel. Freaking sim brief is high. I know I topped off one of the ox tanks like an hour after flight, but I think we could have made it for sure on one tank. Might even be able to make it the whole way on one tank, the full 10.5 hour flight. I don't know.
Central aircraft information Alpha, now current at Phoenix, wind 060 at 7, altimeter is 3006.
3006.
Albuquerque Center, Southwest 995, radar check.
Southwest 995, I have you 5x5.
Alright, Southwest 995 is checking in at 50330.
Southwest 995, Albuquerque Center, roger.
That was cool.
Your radar
See,
contact. Good afternoon.
He proactively gave altimeter settings, and I went and updated it. Like, that's the way it's supposed to work. That's so cool. I love it. I love it.
576, Albuquerque Center, your radar contact 20
love
miles
it.
south of the Drake VOR. Welcome.
Holy crap, I still have 263 nautical miles to go before I NW here. But look, arrival's next. Haha's next. That's when we start getting crazy. So in a minute here, we're going to start really studying our plate. If I remember correctly,
American 6203, sorry for the short time with me. You're leaving my airspace to the north. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good day.
Frequency change approved, American 6203. Thanks for ATC.
That's when we'll start descending. But
JetBlue 2727, leaving my airspace to the west. Radar services are terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Yes, sir.
Copy, JetBlue 2727, thank you for the ATC.
Mama's thanking me for the ATC. That's what I gave her, some ATC. Ooh.
Southwest 650, reset transponder, squawk 5554.
5554, 650.
When he asked me to ident, I guess I didn't fully know what that meant. I think my transponder was set incorrectly. And in this thing, the knob just doesn't quite line up with the verbiage on it, right? So like there's off, standby, on, alt, and test, and when you turn it, it goes like way past. So you have to sort of count the clicks.
950, runway 8, cleared for takeoff. The wind is 260.
Oh my god.
Takeoff, Southwest 950.
What was that?
The altimeter
Demon Mike.
30225, thank you.
Demon Mike. Some demons happening.
Southwest 559, the wind 060 at 7, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff.
7 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 559.
Is it really only about halfway? I guess looking at the magenta line on the stream, it's a little over halfway. I don't know, probably like 60, 55%, something like that. But God, I feel like I've been flying forever. 2 hours to go, and we're on the ground. All right, I'll turn race hub back on now that the ATC's died down a bit. Just have to listen out for my
on the phone earlier this
name,
week, and
my call sign.
I'm like, hey, you guys are running great. And he didn't downplay it, but he was like, you know, Jamie, he said, typically we go to Daytona, we qualify well, if something happens at the race, we don't finish well. He's like, being able to finish first and second in the 500, he's like, we knew getting to Vegas that was going to be in our wheelhouse. Obviously, Larson goes out and wins the race, and he felt really good about their whole program. We've heard a lot of discussion about different rules packages, all that. I think there's some unknowns of whether the Chevy and the Toyota will be better with this different rules package versus the Chevy, but what we've seen so far, the Chevy's been pretty good everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, normally the Phoenix track is the go-to track for Hendrick Motorsports, and the numbers pretty much support that. They have 13 wins there with 9 different drivers. 3 of their 4 current drivers have won there, Alex Bowman being the only one. But going back to practice on Friday, even looking at qualifying, you've got 3 that qualified.
Alex Bowman's always the only one that hasn't. Because Alex Bowman sucks.
Kind of like Chase Elliott. That's another story I want to watch closely today. How do the Hendrick Chevrolet drivers perform at this 1 mile track that's been so good to them of late?
You know what's cool about our broadcast team is we have a guy on our broadcast team that they've actually named a line after at Phoenix, right? What's the Harviking, because of course he's got 9 victories.
Southwest 559, Albuquerque Center, radar contacts, say altitude.
Right?
Traffic 2,200, Southwest 559.
Yeah.
Southwest 559, Roger. Clement maintains flight level 320.
I'm staying by level 320, Southwest 559.
Southwest 950, your radar contact, say altitude.
Okay, move 6,000 right now for Southwest 950.
Southwest 950, Roger. Clement maintains flight level 370.
Clement maintains flight level 370, Southwest 950.
This is the first race that will have the new short track
Where's you guys coming
package.
from?
And you said you came in with one view, and now you have a little bit of a different one, kind of a mystery theater expected today.
It is a bit of a mystery. They've changed the diffuser, they've changed the tire compound and construction of the tire, and really it's just kind of mixed things up. And I think as you go through practice and look at the times, and they had a few sets of tires that they could practice on, kind of confusing more than anything. And the big thing that sticks out to me is now we got to go from lap 20, 25 that they ran. Now we got to go into the 40s, 50s, and 60 laps.
Albuquerque Center, Delta 1068. We'd like to step away for about 15 minutes, please.
Delta 1068, that is approved as requested. Report back.
Roger, we'll code Delta 1068.
In Phoenix. Now all of a sudden you get here, 50-minute practice session.
Albuquerque,
Where's Hendrick Motorsports? Where's Kyle Larson? Where's William Byron? They weren't that good.
I have not, but since I have you, the field is at your 11 o'clock in 17 miles for the field and site.
1,880 people online right now.
Well, they've led some laps. It's just Chevy. It's only 3 races, but they ended up in victory lane so far.
I thought. Why did I think that it was called McCarran Airport? I keep seeing Harry Reid. Las Vegas.
The Toyotas have been very good this weekend, and I think that opens the door up a little bit. We saw Eric Jones.
Why is it also called?
In practice, so really it's all of
formerly known as McCarran, is now known as Harry Reid. Okay.
It's mixed up a little bit, and I think it opens the door today, especially before everybody figures it out. And I think some of those guys will be better than they were from practice because they've had an extra practice day to work on their cars. And had a qualifying session. So
Have they,
there's
though?
a lot to
Have
unfold
they?
here still.
I think that's the neatest thing about it, right? It shook things up in the garage area. All the teams are struggling. 50-minute practice sessions. Some of them were happy. Look at RCR camp. They were not very happy with Kyle Busch and company.
It's a scenic
on that
view out of the
A lot
window
of
here.
things are going to be figured out here today, and we're going to be here to show you.
Yeah, last week was the first week that the favorite actually won the race, and Kyle Larson. He's still one of the favorites today. We'll have more later over on Fox.
I mean,
to some of the
I
drivers.
think
Right
I'm
now,
going to
let's
clear
check in
this
with our
action.
Team of pit reporters, and we're going to check in first with Jamie.
I don't like it.
Yes, you guys have been talking
I don't
about
like
the
it.
Chevrolet dominance so far this season. They've won the first
Good
3
look one more
races
time.
of the year. Well, Toyota
96.
really hopes to change that here at Phoenix.
87, 9,000.
Talked to him this morning about their efforts, and he said Phoenix and Darlington were our weakest tracks as an organization.
We're going
last year.
for it.
We went to work on it, made a lot of significant changes with this brand new Camry body. They went out in qualifying on Saturday. 3 Toyotas in the top
I hate that
4.
I'm using a VFR map during an IFR
Now, Chris Gale also said,
flight
we don't know how we're going to race. We don't know how this car's going to perform.
This looks like I'm flying right for a mountain.
We're
We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
Of the season.
What? Okay, let's go.
There's a number of cars looking to get the season going in the right direction today.
I'm going to pee.
I'll
mute my mic, don't worry.
2 races at the beginning of the year where he showed a ton of promise, a ton of speed, but not the result to show for it. And then last week at Las Vegas, a 13th place finish to start the momentum roll in the right direction. I spoke to his crew chief, Matt McCall, this morning. Matt said some things haven't lined up quite like they thought they would this season compared to where they were at the end of last year. Correlation on data and things that they were working on that they felt like would be strong was not the same. But with that said, they had that 50 minutes of practice, and anytime you give a veteran driver like Brad Keselowski 50 minutes to practice, that allows them to work through a lot of stuff. He said they feel good about the direction they are going and the opportunity today to go out there and get their first top 10 of the year. Shannon?
Thank you so much, Regan. You know something else that Brad Keselowski has? He has a lot of motivation, and this is the reason, because of the winless streak that he's on. It's been broken here at Phoenix before. Ryan Newman did it twice, 2010 and 2017. Mark Martin in 2009 broke a 97 race winless streak. Casey Kane, 81 races gone in the desert, celebrating in victory lane. Carl Edwards, I would love to see a backflip again. 70 races, he did that twice in 2010, 2013. And you mentioned Jeff Gordon a little bit earlier, Jamie in 2011. Kane, 80, and
Keselowski 50 minutes to practice. That allows them to work through
Paying
a lot
attention
of
to
stuff.
some of that
He said
Keselowski action.
the direction they are going.
It's my boy.
The opportunity today to go out there and get their first top 10 of the year. Shannon?
Thank you so much, Regan. You know something else that Brad Keselowski has? He has a lot of motivation, and this is the reason, because of the winless streak that he's on. It's been broken here at Phoenix before. Ryan Newman did it twice, 2010 and 2017. Mark Martin in 2009 broke a 97 race winless streak. Casey Kane, 81 races gone in the desert.
Oh, back when he was driving the Red Bull 84.
I would love to see a backflip again. 70
When I
races,
was
he did that twice in
first getting into NASCAR,
2013. And you mentioned
you know,
Jeff
way
Gordon a
back
little
in,
bit earlier. Jamie,
I don't know,
2011, he snapped a 66 race
2003,
winless
2004,
streak.
somewhere in
We've
that
got a
range.
handful.
It was right when Casey Kane was hitting the
In the field right now, champions that have winless streaks going into
101
today's
races,
race.
Brad.
And
Come
you
on.
see triple digits right there for Brad Keselowski.
Feeling it
Mentioned
today,
that coming
baby.
off of,
Feeling
off
it.
of Regan's report.
Atlanta United dominated last night, 4-1. Oklahoma City, SGA is all, you know, the Thunder, man. He's all freaking. My life is consistent. OKC is dominating, like leading the West in the NBA. I just, man, want my NASCAR boys to get on point.
Kirky Center American 1792 with information also ready for pushback into Phoenix.
On Friday, but to me, when I look at the winless streaks,
American 1792 pushing into the alleyway is at your own discretion. Call me for taxi. Expect runway 7 left.
at Atlanta Motor Speedway last
Roger, call you for taxi American 1792.
Report spam, block, report spam.
career wins. I did not see that coming though for Joey Logano.
Those of you using iPhones, go to hell.
Yeah, and if, the one thing about
iPhones
that
are pretentious
list,
crap.
as you said, there were multiple
That's right, I
races
said it.
drivers, and they
Boom!
raced on the street. This was a track that
Hot
they
take.
ran at a couple of times for most
Hot
of them on
take.
that list. And this is not
You
been
got
a spectacular
served.
track for Brad. He has finished second here
My case.
twice.
I
And
rest
there
my
was
case.
a moment last year. There was actually
It's
a couple
rested.
times last year when you watch the 6 car, you're like, he's getting close. Like they just seemed like they kept getting better, kept
Yeah.
getting better.
Yeah.
And his teammate Busher wins 3 times. You're like, oh yeah, it's all going to kind of click. But right at the end of the year, things didn't go the way they needed it to.
I know.
And the start of this year has been tough for Brad.
It's been
He's gotten
abysmal
confidence
for
from Brad.
Brad.
It's
That's
hard,
why
I
we're
feel like,
flying
at
a
this point in the year,
DC-3
'cause
right
you've really
now.
only had one race that's not a crazy drafting style track. But it doesn't seem like that performance has been here. He's also kind of mid-pack today after qualifying. I know they got that 50-minute practice session, but all those teams got to go back and take that data and work on it, and some of them made the right choice and some haven't.
And we have no idea how Chris Buescher was going to be at Las Vegas. To Jamie's point, really the only track we've been to that's kind of a conventional track, not a super speedway, because he lost the tire and wheel so early in the race.
Yeah.
He qualified well. He looked like he was going to run okay, but we will absolutely never know. But yeah, it just looks like to me the start of 2024.
That wheel
the new
screwed
Ford, of course,
RFK.
Mustang, the RFK is just off just a little bit right
And how many
They
days
are.
do we come back in Phoenix? Do they have
245.
That's how many days you have to get it together to win a championship. Let's get it together right now. We're going to play a little game we like to call Hit the Gas, Pump the
245.
Brakes.
I love how confidently Larry Mack said that.
Keep on going. Kyle Larson will lead all Hendrick drivers in wins this season. 15, by the way. That's how many we need.
I know. Hold on here, because I was going to say pump the brakes on this. I know I'm normally a huge Kyle Larson fan, but when I look at his history at HMS, he's been there since
It is
2021.
not any longer
He's only been able to
10,000
accomplish
feet,
that
you
one
know?
time, and it was his first year when he won the championship. I think it's going to be hard to beat William Byron.
I am shocked.
I know. That's why I said sit down.
Shocked.
William Byron's a better driver. He's an iRacing driver.
I'm actually going to hit the gas. I just see something that I like right now with that 5 car. I know that was their first top 10 finish at Las Vegas, but I just feel like the zone they're in right now. I know they didn't qualify very well for this race, but it's always been a good track for Kyle. I think that he will definitely be the leader in the clubhouse at HMS.
I'm interested to find out what Kevin Harvick thinks about this. What is your opinion, Kevin? Hit the gas, pump the brakes, that Kyle Larson will lead all Hendrick drivers in wins this season.
I'm pumping the brakes, Shannon. I think that I agree with Jamie. I think it's going to be William Byron. Those guys have just been too consistent with everything they've got going on, and I think it's going to be William Byron again.
What? No, it's the one on the right, boys. Hit the gas. Kyle Larson, that 5 car. We've already seen him in victory lane. It's a done deal. Sealed, signed, and delivered.
All right, the cheering was not for your answer. Martin Truex walked by. We'll talk with him.
By the way, you hit the brakes right.
What was that?
Wins this season.
I'm pumping the brakes, Shannon. I think that I agree with Jamie. I think it's going to be William Byron. Those guys have just been too consistent with everything they've got going on, and I think it's going to be William Byron again.
And Albuquerque Center, Southwest 569, real quick.
Southwest 569, go ahead.
Can I step away for just 2 seconds? Let's go to the toilet. Southwest 559.
Southwest 559 approved as requested. Report back.
Report back, thank you. And Southwest 559.
Here's your next question, and also for Larry and Jamie in the studio. We'll start with you guys. Richard Childress Racing, his Chevrolet team, Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch. No top 10s other than that photo finish, right, with Kyle Busch.
Because Kyle Busch is the man, but Richard Childress Racing is junk.
10 in today's race.
Well, Kyle Busch has run really good, but I would say I'm pumping the brakes because those guys haven't looked good all weekend. I think Kyle has the ability to do what he needs to do to get a top 10, but I don't think he has the car to do it today.
Or the team.
Buddy, I agree with you.
Okay, so
Now all you need to hear is his radio communication this weekend, and you'd probably agree with us. But maybe if anybody can get it turned around, that Kyle Busch.
They're pumping the brakes. Jamie, what do you think?
Albuquerque Center, American 672 is with you, descending.
Don't do it, American. It's a trap.
1 and passing flight level 320, and we have Alpha.
Today for them, and then
Yeah, your mama's got Alpha.
20 races here. He only has 2 top 10s. Oh,
American 672, Albuquerque Center, radar contact. Descend via the Header 1 arrival, Phoenix landing east. The Phoenix altimeter is 3006.
I did not see.
Descend via the arrival 3006 for the altimeter, American 672.
But as Kevin and Clint said, Kyle Busch, KFB, he can pull a rabbit out of the hat sometimes.
There you go. Okay, so our final question is Denny Hamlin gets his first top 5 of the season.
Bravo 650, welcome to Phoenix. Turn right when able, taxi to the ramp via Bravo Sierra Delta. Good day.
Not only get his first
Bravo
top
Sierra
10,
Delta
he's going to get his
to
first
the ramp,
top 5. He
thank you.
possibly may get his first trip to victory lane in 2024.
There's your bold prediction for the day.
Yeah, not a quartet, it's a duet, Larry. What would I be here? I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, 2 for 1.
Albuquerque Center, American 2059 is Phoenix with a pushing start.
And I just think that's a huge.
American 2059, push and start on to Charlie is approved. Expect runway 7 left for departure.
As he he just mentioned has that first stall. Do you think he gets his
Pushback Tower, Cleveland Charlie, expect 7 laps, American
Keeps
2059.
Denny Hamlin from not having that top 5 today is if he speeds on pit road. Usually I'm pretty notorious about it, but I'm going to bet that he doesn't. So I'm going to hit the gas today, and Denny Hamlin, I think he gets his first.
American 1635, just hold position one moment. You're going to have Southwest 73 passing off your nose.
Don't show up on Monday's stat sheet. That changes. He's on the pole. He's got the pit stop.
You know, when you get low like this, because we're not actually at 10,000 feet, when you get low like this, it just feels fast. It feels a lot faster. Perceived speed is dramatically increased.
American 1635, you can expect runway 8. If you want to taxi northbound in the alleyway, you can taxi to runway 8 via Bravo.
I'm only 1,300 feet off the deck right now.
Starting on that front row, and Toyotas are so good. He's my pick to win the race today.
Yeah, I would absolutely throw all the previous stats.
Albuquerque Center, American 1792, registered taxi at Lima.
In the first 3 races.
American 1792, did you want runway 8 or you set up for 7 left?
For Bell. Ty Gibbs.
We're expecting 7 left, American 1792.
American 1792, roger, runway 7 left, taxi via Charlie Sierra Delta and give way to an American 73 that will be northbound on the east alleyway.
And honestly, I think being quiet is key for
I'm sorry, the west alleyway.
Charlie Sierra Delta, give way to the company 73, American 1792.
Fly by Devil's Tower at some
I
point.
mean, we've all said it. Based on what we saw in practice, Toyota seemed to have the best car, and to go back to the test they had here a while back, Toyota was the best at that test as well. It's carried over this weekend. Ty Gibbs most likely is going to have a great day today.
What about the guy who won the last time we were at this racetrack, which of course is Ross Chastain? Trackhouse really kind of on a little roll with Daniel Suarez winning in Atlanta. And when you look at these guys, just outside the top 10 is where he qualified. Well, what do you think about his chances of going back to back?
Well, they overcame a lot last week at Las Vegas. He had a pit road speeding penalty. Phil Surgeon with 20-something laps on their tires. They elected to go with 2 tires. They get that top 5 finish. And you think about Trackhouse racing, when you go back to Ross's win at Phoenix, Daniel's win at Atlanta, that means they have won 2 of our last 4 races. I think Ross Chastain is going to have a much better season. I know he won twice last year, but it was kind of up and down. The summer was very...
Southwest 559, roger.
I think they're going to have a pretty stellar season.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to look back at what they did last year, but that was last year. It's a different rules package this weekend. It's a different tire.
Albuquerque Center, good day, American 1162, passing 6,500.
It told me that Ross Chastain was going to be a contender today.
I'm curious.
American 1162, Albuquerque Center, good afternoon. Squawk 6035, ident.
Your race card to kind of remind you.
6035 and ident, American 1162.
If you have a big gap, like if you come in under a green flag pit stop, you don't push the limit so much. If you're trying to leapfrog a couple people, you're going to push that. And listen, you practice that.
Do you miss any call? Southwest 950.
And you know as a driver, if you push it a little
Southwest 950, go.
Now, I like
do you miss any calls?
Made fun of Denny Hamlin because Denny tends to push it a little bit more than most. But I think being in that #1 pit stall today is an advantage because you only have to...
American 162, Albuquerque Center, your radar contact about 10 miles to the southeast of the Tucson airport. Welcome.
His 54 car better, but working on pit road.
And American 1162, climb maintain flight level 350.
You entered over...
Climb maintain flight level 350, American 1162.
Inside of the backstretch, but then Kevin Harvick, I thought in practice on Friday, really pointed out, and actually it was an in-car with Ty Gibbs, once you start to make the turn on the inside of turn 3, you actually can pick up speed, and then you go, and then pit road unwinds, and then you've got the back to speed back down. So you almost run 2 different speeds, 2 different RPMs on one pit road, which I think is one of the things that makes it a little tricky.
We showed you the guys that have a winless streak heading into today's race. One of those guys is out of the track with our guys. He's also a one-time winner at Phoenix. That's Martin Truex Jr. Chris, it's yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Shannon. And the regular season champ of last year, top 10 finish last week. And Toyotas with 2 on the front row. You guys got to be feeling...
Albuquerque Center, American 2059, ready for that.
Our best Pro Camry was off a little bit in practice. We made some changes throughout practice, got better and better, and then I really liked the direction we went for yesterday. So.
American 2059, Albuquerque Center, runway 7 left, taxi via Charlie Sierra Delta.
You big sim guy, do you guys go to the simulator?
Chevrolet via Charlie Sierra Delta,
What is your process with everything as you come to a new package like this?
Yeah, you know, Kevin, I'm still kind of old school.
Albuquerque Center, Delta 1068 is back.
Really
Delta 1068, Roger.
Mostly only for the road courses.
Okay.
These places.
American 518, stand by.
It's really all about just communicating and trying to get the car right. For me, the simulator doesn't really correlate that well on ovals. I'd rather get in the car and drive it.
It didn't correlate for a lot of people yesterday.
I noticed.
Yeah.
I noticed.
So you made a good choice.
All right, Martin, slight change with the package, right? The short track package we've all been talking about, a 50-minute practice session. What was the struggles and what do you expect today? Well, for us, we were just too tight. It was rather simple. I think the direction we went down just made the car turn better, and that was
talking
good.
with experience.
The biggest difference I felt so far is
what do you have,
more
Martin?
security
Like
getting in the
20 wins
corner.
or so?
Typically here, especially
Cup
last
Series?
year, we really fought. Even being tight, we were too loose getting in the corner. And this weekend so far, we just keep freeing up, and the entry's staying good. So I really like that about my car. I'm
good
not
day,
sure
American
if the whole field's that way, but
2122,
maybe the
I'm
cars
going
are
to
just
hop
less
on
pitch sensitive with this new package. I think that'll be good for racing.
American 2122, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, descend via the Hyder 1 arrival, Phoenix landing east, the Phoenix altimeter is 3006.
I just got a jinx on Clint and Kevin because they both said good at the same time. So
Descending via the Hyder 1 arrival, Phoenix
we're good because we're going to head over to Fox right now and get you right up to the green flag.
American 518, contact Kansas City Center on 125.72. Good day.
Going to 25.72, American 518, have a good day.
You too. American 672, you can expect a visual approach runway 7 right and reset transponder squawk 1367.
Anyway, we got a bit of a...
Expect a 7 right, and we'll put 1367 in the box for American 672.
Thank you.
Sure, I can hold. Only pay for what you need.
Southwest 559, leave Meyer space to the west. Radar services are terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
We're building a better postal service. All parts working in sync to move your business forward. With a streamlined shipping network and new high-speed processing and delivery centers. For more value, more reliability, and more on-time deliveries. The United States Postal Service is built for how you business, and how you business is with simple,
oh, it's such a slow
and
plane.
reliable shipping.
Like, if I were just
USPS
flying the
Ground
7.3,
Advantage.
I would have been there
windshield,
a long time ago.
We'll come to you to fix
Albuquerque
it.
Center,
This
Tower
customer was
3218
enjoying
with
the
the
morning
flight
walk.
level
We
290.
texted her when we were on our way. She could track us and see exactly when we'd arrive.
I have a few more
Southwest 3218, Albuquerque Center, good afternoon.
Good
Your radar contact, descend via the Bruiser 1 arrival. Phoenix
Tips
is
are
landing
good.
east. The Phoenix
Let's do the
altimeter is
old
3006.
checkaroo here.
Phoenix altimeter 3006, Phoenix
Fuel is
landing
fine.
east and
There's
descend via
gotta
Bruiser
be
1 arrival
a
for
discrepancy.
Skywest 3218.
Just scan the QR code and enter promo.
Albuquerque Center, JetBlue 1574, 11 offside 310.
JetBlue 1574, Albuquerque Center, good afternoon. You are radar contact. Welcome.
Second act, thanks to career reskilling courses from AARP to help make sure her income lives as long as she does. The
Did I just
younger
lose an
you
engine?
are, the more you need AARP.
Spirit Wings 903, leaving my airspace to the west. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Unicom, Spirit Wings 903. Have a good day.
Sit.
We all belong together.
Sargento, we're real cheese people.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes Z-Quil, the world's #1
back on?
sleep aid brand, and wakes up
Okay,
feeling
we're
like
back.
himself. Get the rest to be
What did
your
I do there?
best with
I forget.
non-habit-forming Z-Quil. Better days
I
start with
somehow
Z-Quil
killed
nights.
my left engine.
We want to welcome our FS1 audience to the 2024 Big
What did I
East
click
Women's
there? The
Basketball
constant-
Tournament,
I
sponsored
forget.
by Jeep. We're at Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut.
Yeah,
John
what the hell am I
Danza,
watching?
Kim Adams, and Megan Caffrey with you. Let's
Oh
set
god,
things up
it's
here.
women's
Connecticut.
basketball. I must stop this immediately. Nothing spells misery like women's basketball. February NASCAR Cup Series. Shriners Children's 500 live. Start from beginning.
Yeah, you know, I think the top will be used
Oh,
a little bit, but
Ty
it doesn't
Gibbs,
seem like that stuff's
boo.
still up there that much. So we'll see how it goes. We'll adjust with the way the car goes, and hopefully end up first.
Okay.
That sounds like a great plan. Well, guys, it's been fun down here on the grid. We're going to throw it to pre-race ceremonies so we can get this party started here in the desert.
American 1635, Albuquerque Center, Roger. Runway 8 cleared for takeoff, wind 060 at 7.
Please rise as you are able and remove your hats as Luke Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors.
We're going to mute during the invocation because screw prayers.
And American 1792, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff, wind 060 at 7.
Runway 7 left,
Alright,
takeoff, American 1792.
let's look back here real fast here. Our final runway course. Final approach course is 259. So we're going to turn this bad boy to, that's 24. That's 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. We'll go back one. That should be 259. We should be well into the national anthem now. Yeah. Beautiful. It's a trumpet. I love a good trumpet.
Southwest 995, Woodmeyer Space to the north, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, good day.
Frequency change approved for Southwest 995, have a good day.
American 1635, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
That's 2,100.
American 1635, Roger, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Up to 350 for American 1635.
Bum, 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 bum.
American 2059, ready for departure.
American 2059, Rogers. Hold short, runway 7 right. 7 left.
Hold short, 7 left, American 2059.
Sunsplash Day in Phoenix, Arizona. 7 different winners in the last 7 races here. Toyota on the front row. The race in just a moment.
Here at Papa John's, we know our stuff.
American 2059, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff, wind 060 at 7.
Mixed with cheese.
Clear for takeoff, 7 left, American 2059.
No one stuffs a crust like Papa John's.
Cops is back on Fox Nation, the only place to watch new episodes.
American 1792, if I haven't already, your radar contact altitude indicates 4,500. You can climb and maintain flight level 340.
Climb and maintain flight level 340, American 1792.
It's a Nissan sales event ad, so you better act fast. Don't miss your chance to drive away in a new Nissan.
Let's roll.
Hurry into the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event.
Get a low 303 per month lease or get 1.9% APR financing for 60 months on the 2023 Nissan Rogue.
This is Ron. Ron's car won't start, and he doesn't know why. In fact, Ron doesn't really know what he's looking at right now. It took him a half hour to pop the hood. And Ron is one of hundreds of thousands of people
Who's this
who
Ron
don't know
loser?
a thing about fixing a car.
Yeah, Ron,
That's
you're a
the
problem.
power steering pump, Ron. The world will
Ron,
always
you should
need
learn how to
auto
work on
technicians.
cars, brother.
Start your career in just 12 months when you train at Lincoln Tech. Put your
Be a
potential
man.
to work.
Learn how to work on
Southwest
cars.
950, leaving my airspace to the east. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Frequency approved. Thank you for the service. Have a great rest of your day. Southwest 950.
You too.
The fastest ever. Fast at the speed of last-minute recipes, series finales, teenage gossip, and destroying these guys. For the win. Plus, get $100 back, but only for a limited time.
We're just
So
listening to
act
commercials
fast.
now.
Do it all at once. Fast.
Because American Pro Sports.
To download the Fox Local app, search Fox Local and choose Atlanta for the most live news and weather. Join us on Fox Local today.
American 2059, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
Passing 2000, American 2059.
American 2059, Roger, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Protected.
Maintain
Ah,
350, American
I don't know if you
2059.
guys can hear that. That's the second time that's happened where my headset has gotten crazy loud all of a
when you
sudden.
bundle auto and home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Every hero's story has a humble beginning. Every legend had to earn their stripes. Every superstar had a dream.
It's been a fairy tale season.
Every home track is the start of something special.
That's just good old short track racing.
That's just good old. That's just short track racing.
Learn more about NASCAR regional tracks near you at NASCAR.com/regional.
Kind of ready to be done.
Everyone's hyped that Wendy's made the official hamburger of March Madness.
It's an hour and a half left. Jeez.
But Tyler and Toby on another level.
Get it for a buck. Get it for a buck. Day single. Day single. Get hyped with fresh, never frozen beef on Wendy's Stage Single for a buck. Only in the app.
Denny Hamlin will start this race from the pole. He's won here twice. The record, of course, is 9. Otto Reddick, last week's runner-up. Ross Chastain, last fall's
American 672 field is at your 2 o'clock and 20 miles for the field in sight.
highest starting Chevrolet in today's
Roger, sir. We have the field for American 672.
American 672, clear visual approach, runway 7 right.
in the desert, in the Shriners Children's
Clear for the approach to visual. Clear for the visual approach 7 right, American 672.
I know what you meant.
Welcome to the broadcast booth, Mike Joy with Clint Boyer, who won a race here for Kevin Harvick back in the day.
Good job, driver.
Of course, Kevin Harvick won them all. He's won
Iberia 079, are you up?
straight top 10 finishes. Clint calls you selfish. We'll get to that in a second.
Very selfish here.
What we've got here is change. NASCAR has changed the short track package. The last 7 races at this track have been won.
American 2122, you can expect a visual approach, runway 7 right. If you want runway 8, let me know.
That's what I love the most about it. Anytime you shake up a rule package in this sport, it does just
Runway
that.
8
Really
with
throws
flight
these
for
teams
American
as
2122.
American 2122, expect visual approach, runway 8, and American 672. If you want to switch to runway 8, let me know.
dominating here. Didn't see
Yeah, 8 would be a lot better for American 672.
American 672, Roger, clear visual approach, runway 8.
Roger, visual approach runway 8, thanks.
The things that you're
American 672.
is what happens after lap 20, because that's when
Albuquerque Control, good evening, Iberia 079.
you have to be able to put your
Iberia 079er, Albuquerque Center, radar contact about 30 miles north of the Drake VOR. Descend via the Bruiser 1 arrival. Phoenix landing east. Phoenix altimeter 3006.
You have to be good on a restart. Cannot lose.
Ready to descend Iberia 079.
She's talking about digging yourself back out of that hole.
That's right. You know how many of those 36 drivers are glad you're up here today and not one of them down there?
All of them.
Right. Perfect. Perfect. What is it about this place?
Well, it's just a place that I always had a lot of success with and was close to home, and I wanted to do good here. So we put a lot of emphasis and a lot of effort into this track.
All right. Let's go track.
It is a racetrack that Harvick just sort of always got. Always
Phoenix
understood it.
Raceway. This is a moment you have all been waiting for. Are you ready to get the NASCAR Cup
Juan
Series
Diego
Shriners Children 500 started?
Gianna.
Here to give the command to fire engines is international patient ambassadors for Shriners Children's Juan Diego and Gianna.
Iberia 079er, radar contact lost.
Are you
Kids into it. Yeah, they did good. They were in it. Start your engines, baby. Nothing like a good Grand Marshal to get you started.
Medevac 108 Juliet November is at Jackson Jet with Alpha, ready for taxi.
Race in the Arizona desert. Glad to have you with us today on
This flight feels pretty
Medevac 108 Juliet November Albuquerque Center. Good
Of course, I guess I'm coming up on almost 4
via
hours
hotel.
on the stream. Almost 4 hours now.
Right via hotel.
And still have
Medevac
an hour and a half to go for landing.
And are you good with a 7 right departure? Do you want 7 left?
7 left if we could get it. 108 Juliet November.
108 Juliet November, roger. Taxi runway 7 right via Hotel 1, cross runway 7 right.
Alright, 7 left, Hotel 1, we'll cross 7 right. Thanks for that. That's just what we have programmed here. Thanks.
Okay, no problem.
On another level.
Get it for a buck, get it for a buck. Dang single, dang single. Get hyped with fresh, never frozen beef on Wendy's
Man,
steak single for a buck. Only
Wendy's
in
commercials are getting stupid.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time.
I'm starting to think those actors don't actually work.
672, the wind is 060 at 7, runway 8, cleared for takeoff, or I'm sorry, cleared to land.
Copy the winds, clear to land, runway 8, American 672.
It's the power to kill by fear itself.
Something trying to get out?
Many things.
It's commanding an army of the undead.
I think we're all going to die.
Medevac 108 Juliet November, the wind 060 at 7, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff.
7 left, clear for takeoff. Medevac 108 Juliet November.
Because you definitely don't want to miss this. It's NASCAR weekend right here in Austin. Camping, dancing, and a whole lot of hooting and hollering. Racing's about to get weird, and Austin's about to get real. So buckle up, break out those boots, and get your
Skywest 3218, expect visual approach, runway 8.
You know, when you see it from this perspective, it's moving pretty fast. Look at that. Imagine doing this. Why not just build a road that goes horizontal?
Albuquerque Center, low, southwest, 2071 on the ground at Phoenix with Alpha requesting push.
Southwest 2871, push and start onto Delta is approved. Expect runway 7 left for departure.
Push on the Delta approved and expect 7 left, southwest 2871.
right where we left off last week. Go do your thing.
It's a long flight.
I know you'll do the same. Be smooth, be smart. We'll be there with you. Alright, here we go. Ready.
American 2122, field is 2 o'clock, 25 miles, report the field in sight.
As they roll off pit road, let's get a word with the Bull Center.
We're close.
How about you, Denny Hamlin, boring the boards up in the booth, you got us?
What's up, fellas?
Well, you're up, buddy. I tell you what, it's been a while. Since we've had a rule change, right? We've got a rule change out here. When I see rule changes, I think experience. Look for the experience.
925, Albuquerque Center, stand by 1 moment, you're number 1. Medevac 108 Juliet November, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
Medevac 108 Juliet November through 6,000.
Medevac 108 Juliet November, roger, climb and maintain flight level 450.
Alright, climb flight level 450, Medevac 108 Juliet November.
American 2122, field 2 o'clock, 20 miles, fourth field in sight.
American 2122.
American 2122, cleared visual approach runway 8.
Take visual approach runway 8, American 2120.
925, I have your clearance, advise ready to copy. For 925, cleared to the Las Vegas International Airport via radar vector Stanfield, and then as filed on departure, climb and maintain 16,000. Departure is with me, squawk 1605.
The driver
for 2311, the team co-owned by Michael Jordan, coming up just short in what was a fantastic battle with Kyle Larson at the end of the Las Vegas race. That disappointment this week was used by the team as motivation to come to Phoenix and try and get one spot better as they look for their first win in the season.
925, your readback is correct. Runway 12 for departure. Call for taxi.
About their chances this afternoon.
Chase Briscoe, the 2022 winner, shares the 4th row with Noah Gregson, who's been top 10 in 2 of this year's 3 races, Kevin.
Let's dial up Gregson. Noah Gregson, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. You've had a great start to the season with a couple of top 10s. You guys look strong in practice, qualified well. Tell us how you're going to keep that streak going today.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys chatting with us. This is a really fun racetrack. This Third Pro team, they've been doing a lot of good work these last couple of
Albuquerque Center, American 672 is down and clear of runway 8, and we're on Bravo, going to Alpha 3.
American 672, taxi to the ramp via Bravo, Sierra Charlie, good day.
Bravo, Sierra Charlie to the ramp, American 672, thanks.
See ya.
Keep on executing, keep the race, going with clean execution.
American 2122, the Phoenix wind 060 at 7, runway 8, clear to land.
We appreciate that bright car.
Runway 8 to advance, American 2122.
Spirit Wings 462, leave Meyer space to the east, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, good day.
Over Unicom, Spirit Wings 462 with you.
And a surprise in the top 10, rookie Carson Hocevar making his 2nd Phoenix start. Row 6, Martin Truex Jr., the 2021 winner, and Ross Chastain, who won here last fall. Row 7, Christopher Bell, really fast in practice, and Chris Buescher, who was 5th here last fall. Row number 8, Daniel Suarez, the Atlanta winner, and Ryan Blaney, the series champ. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, last time Ryan Blaney was here, he finished 2nd and won that championship. In fact, he's finished 2nd the last 3 straight races here at Phoenix. I just talked to him before he...
Center Southwest 2871, ready for taxi.
Southwest 2871, runway 7 left taxi via Delta.
7 left via Delta, Southwest 2871.
In fact, he's finished 2nd the last 3 straight races here at Phoenix. I just talked to him before he got in the race car, and I said, where do you need to be better to get one spot better? He said, off of turn...
925, runway 12 taxi via Alpha 3.
Kyle Larson in row 9, Brad Keselowski, and the rest of our starting lineup. Across the bottom of your screen, we'll check with our crew chief, Larry Reynolds.
Well, Mike, this is the shortest track we've been to so far in 2024, and you guys keep talking about a slightly different aero pattern.
Southwest 3176, Albuquerque Center. Hello, I don't have a flight plan on file for you.
It's much smaller than like what ran at Las Vegas. Look at the top right there. Look how big that diffuser is. It has 5 of those straights.
JetBlue 1574, leave my airspace to the north. Radar services are terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Have a good one, JetBlue 1574.
And put more in the driver's hand, and we'll talk about it all day, Mike. A lot of adjustments on pit stops.
Thanks, Larry.
Well,
Southwest 3176, nope, still don't have anything. I'll start working a flight plan for you, at least get you the squawk code and we'll get it figured out.
Change everything for the drivers with the way that they feel it. The tires are different with the way that they feel the car. So there's a lot of differences that these guys have had to digest over the last couple days.
Well, look what it's done to our starting lineup. I mean, one thing as of note, Chase Elliott, 3rd, right up front, man. You look for some changes. Who does that fit in at somebody's wheelhouse? Keep an eye on Chase Elliott up front today.
I'm looking for a cloud.
SkyWest 3218, the field is at your 10 to 11 o'clock in 20 miles for the field and site.
We'll report the field and site when it's set for Charlotte or Tuesday.
Thank you.
Up front today.
I'm looking for a cloud, any cloud, and all I see is the Goodyear blimp. It is a beautiful day here in Phoenix. 77 degrees, 102 degrees is the track temp, and that grandstand is packed. They announced a sellout for this race just a couple of hours ago. 312 miles or 500 kilometers. 60, 125, and 127 laps are the stage lengths. They can go just shy of 100 laps on fuel.
Albuquerque Center, good afternoon. Southwest 3642, we're back with you on voice.
Southwest 3642, Albuquerque Center, roger, thank you.
Fast car this weekend. Make the most of it today and have a good one. Good luck.
Good start for him, Kevin.
Yeah, I think he's a sleeper in this field. We saw a lot of really fast times.
Southwest 3176, still don't have anything in there for you, just give me 1 second.
When we get past lap 20, that's when we're really going to see who's got what with these cars.
9 different onboard camera views for you today. Should be a lot of
Southwest 3176, what's your destination?
One of the wildest, chaotic starts we have in all NASCAR.
El Paso.
Here they come to the green for 500 kilometers.
Look at that, one car on the racetrack. All the way back at Chastain.
4 wide mid-pack. Whoa.
A lot of cars using that apron already.
Boy, Ty Gibbs got a great start.
Yeah, we saw Ty Gibbs right into the side draft, right? He knew Denny Hamlin was going to come down the racetrack, and he wanted to follow him down on the apron, but Ty Gibbs has been doing an amazing job at the end of last year.
Southwest 3176, thank you for all of that. Squawk 5566.
As soon as it all comes together. So these Gibbs cars notoriously have been very good here at Phoenix, whether it's Xfinity, Cup cars, new style, old style. These guys have all done really good in Gibbs cars.
One of the biggest challenges about this, all right, you see him fanning out, going here, there, everywhere, elbows up. Look at Denny Hamlin.
Albuquerque Center, Skyless 3218 has the field in sight.
Skyless 3218, roger, thank you. Cleared visual approach, runway 8.
Clear for visual for runway 8 for Skyless 3218.
Southwest 2871, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff, wind 060 at 7.
7 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 2871.
Southwest 3176, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, flight level 360, clear direct Texas, descend via the Bear for arrival. El Paso is landing, we'll call it north, expect visual approach, runway 4, the El Paso altimeter 3019er.
Direct Texas, descend via the Bear 4 arrival, 3176.
American 1792, leave minor space to the west, radar services are terminated, frequency change approved, good day. American 1792.
Frequency change approved. Have a good day, American 1792.
You too.
Albuquerque Center, citation 42 Mike Whiskey.
Citation 42 Mike Whiskey, Albuquerque Center.
2 Mike Whiskey just departed Los Alamos.
Test. Okay, I've been having all kinds of weird little computer problems here, guys. Sorry, I don't know how long my microphone's been
42 Mike Whiskey, Albuquerque Center, squawk 4364 ident.
But like
43,
I might be
64,
mid-freeze in the computer here.
American 2122, welcome to Phoenix, taxi to the ramp via Bravo Sierra Charlie.
Get back now to
Bravo Sierra Charlie to the ramp, American 21.
I can't see my taskbar at all.
Southwest 2871, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
Altitude 3000.
Southwest 2871, roger, climb and maintain, flight level 280.
I think we might be in mid-freeze.
Altitude 280, Southwest 2871.
November 925, runway 12, cleared for takeoff, wind 120 at 19er, gust 24 on departure, turn right heading 140.
Go, okay. Yeah, so weird things are very much happening, but I'm in some control. And this late in the flight, I don't want to just abort.
American 1635 approved as requested, report back.
So I'm in windowed mode on MSFS. And kind of inconsistently seeing clickability elsewhere, so I might need to just see.
Albuquerque Center, good afternoon, Southwest 3493 with you, flight
now
level
the flight sim
400,
isn't being
approximately 35
responsive.
miles east-northeast of Fort Stockton.
FlyLive is working.
3493 Albuquerque Center, good afternoon, your radar contact. 1042 Mike Whiskey, Albuquerque Center, radar contact about 30 miles to the northwest of the Santa Fe VOR, clear direct Phi Mall.
Clear direct Phi Mall, climbing to 380 to Mike Whiskey.
1042 Mike Whiskey, I might as well do this the right way. Clear to the Flagstaff Airport via direct Phi Mall, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Okay, cleared the Flagstaff direct Phi Mall up to 360 to Mike Whiskey.
Is that mixed reality causing the problem?
Albuquerque Center, good afternoon. Skywest 3165 on the ground at Phoenix. I'd like to clear us to Flagstaff, please.
I don't know.
Skywest 3165
right now I
should
can't
have
even
a PDC.
pan around inside of Flight Sim. We might be totally frozen here.
Skywest 3165.
You do or do not have it?
We do not have it yet. Skywest 3165.
The mouse is just
right,
not working.
Skywest 3165, I'll give you the readout. Let me know when you're ready.
Ready to
on
go.
the mouse.
Skywest 3165.
Skywest 3165, clear to the Flagstaff Airport via the Quakey 1 departure, Cardinal transition as filed on depart or climb via SID. Expect flight level. Let's see. Climb via SID. Expect 16,000 10 minutes after departure. Departure with me. Squawk 5531.
Skywest 3165 is cleared to the Flagstaff Airport via Quakey 1 cartel transition as filed. Climb via SID. Expect 16,000 minutes after departure.
No, it's not back. Something weird is happening with the mouse.
Skywest 3165, read back correct. 7 left for departure. Call for taxi.
Alright, we'll expect 7 left. Call for taxi. Skywest 3165.
Albuquerque Center, good afternoon. American to you're on Sierra. Accidentally just pushed back on the taxiway here, but we are ready to taxi.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to land or not.
Yep, I've been waiting for you to call. Runway 7 left. Taxi
not sure if I'm going to be able to land or not.
Delta. You
we'll
can
keep
flip
trying
a
task
UE right
manager
there.
stuff, but I can't get task manager to actually do anything.
Sorry about that again for American 32.
It's all good.
Albuquerque Center, step 1601, ready for push and start.
Southwest 1601, push and start.
It's like
your
my
discretion,
mouse
7 left.
click and drag just
push and start,
completely stopped working.
7 left, 1601.
Maybe if I unplug the keyboard? Let's try it.
925 Albuquerque Center, radar contact.
Should be, yeah.
Altitude is 37.
And back in. Okay, we got
Number 925, Roger, leaving 5,000, clear direct east Stanfield, VOR, Tango Foxtrot Delta.
No? Okay. Whoa, what the hell?
Delta, flight level 050.
Okay, I think we just lost our flight plan.
It was South 5796, sir. We're ready to taxi.
Alright.
5796, runway 7 left.
I think we're about to lose the stream.
Delta to 7 left, South 5796.
I know you guys can't see everything that I'm dealing with over here.
2199, ready to taxi with Alpha.
It's a hot mess. Let's see if I can make it work. Like the keyboard's only semi-responsive.
Who's ready to taxi?
Only certain buttons
Delta
seem to be
2199
working.
at Phoenix.
Windows seems to just be completely
Delta
glitching out on me right now.
2199, runway 7 left, taxi via Delta.
Delta 7 left for Delta 2199.
I can't get it.
American,
like I'm right now looking at OBS, you can't see it.
Are you able to climb up to flight level 370
I think I've lost my
for
flight
traffic
plan,
ahead?
and I can't get back into the flight sim. Hold on. Is it back? Oh, I think it's back. Oh my god, okay, Windows has returned. Enter. Enter. But I've lost my flight plan, haven't I? Okay, no, good, I've still got it. Flight plan, let's see our map, please. No GPS position. This takes a minute to catch up, maybe. Albuquerque Center, be advised, had a little computer glitch there. Back in control now, turning back on course. I hope. Turn off autopilot again until... Am I even on the right frequency? 132.8. Yes, I am. Okay, good. Still have 2 good engines. Yes, I do. Okay. Well, that was all kind of wacky. Like for several minutes there, the mouse was like half responsive, the keyboard only partially responsive. I couldn't indent any tasks. I don't know, it's like half the computer just stopped working, and I have no idea why. Anyway, situational update, I guess. So now that we're back in control again and not abandoning the flight, I just want to verify that my flight plan has got all the right legs on it. So we're in INW now, and we're expecting Hannah, correct, Queen, correct, Styx, correct, Petty, correct, Rockstar, correct, Huxley, correct, Halen, correct, Prino, Lair, Shano. Yeah, okay, so we retained everything. That's the really good news. Good. And we have about an hour left in the flight. We're just not going to open the race back up. We'll wait and be patient and watch the race after we're done with the flight. Hey, we'll skip commercials. Ooh, nice crater. That's what I almost was just now. A crater. Ah, that was stressful. Hey, now I'm flying straight toward a mountain. We're just going to verify one more time that we don't need to worry about that mountain's height. Yeah, it looks like we're going to go to the right of it. 13,000 foot peak. Oh, that's 12,000 right there. I'm going to be ready to take it in case I need it. I don't like the 10,000 and the 12,000 here and here. Those make me a little bit nervous. So I might put it in heading mode in a bit here and adjust. I wonder if I lost V-pilot entirely during all that. Odd that I don't hear anything anymore. Let's restart V-pilot.
American 32, runway 7 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 7 left, American 32.
Albuquerque Center, Roush 617. Had a computer glitch there and lost connection. Confirm I'm back on OK.
Roush 617, Albuquerque Center. Yep, you're good.
Thank you, sir.
American 2059, turn right heading turn right heading 100.
Right heading 100, American 2059.
I don't even think he noticed I was off course. Fine with me.
Southwest 5796, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
Copy 3,100, South 5796.
Southwest 3790 or 5796, roger, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Climb and maintain 370, South 5796.
So we're
American
coming
32, runway 7 left, clear
Flagstaff.
for takeoff, wind 140 at 7.
Share real quickly desktop mode. We'll kind of see what our flights look like so far. So left Oklahoma City, got on our westerly vector here through Albuquerque, and now we're coming up on Flagstaff, nearing the end of the ATC coverage, but we've had ATC for like an hour and a half here, something like that. Been maintaining a pretty solid 190 or so miles per hour, 190 watts, knots. And we're going to be taking an approach in over the lake here, Lake Mead,
1635,
Las
roger.
Vegas. So coming up on 4 hours and 10 minutes of the stream being live, about an hour left.
3493, we are 15 miles from top of the sun.
According to, yeah, about an hour or two left, according to Navigraph. Keep cruising. Right now my only concerns have to do with mountain ranges being a little high,
arrival,
higher than
El
I'd like.
Paso landing north, expect visual approach runway 4, and the El Paso altimeter 3015.
I did send you the Bear 3 arrival and expect the visual runway 4, Southwest 3493, thanks.
Oh, it's stressful though. All that stuff breaking. I thought I was about to lose this whole flight.
American 32, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
It sure looks like I'm flying straight at that.
American 32, roger, climb and maintain, flight level 300.
Climb to 300, American 32.
And Southwest 1601, ready to go 7 left.
American 1601, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff, wind 140 at 7.
Clear for takeoff, runway 7 left, Southwest 1601.
Southwest 2112, leaving my airspace to the west, radar services are terminated, frequency change approved, good day.
Alright, decision to advisory, Southwest 2112, thanks for help,
to 300. Just in case I need to flip off of nav mode here, I am worried about this mountain. So as I get closer, I might put it on heading mode and turn right a little bit.
Runway 10 left.
American 667, runway, now standby. You're on runway 8.
We'll stick to 7 left, we're good for that.
There's the discontinuity right there.
And Blue 21, we're at 7 left, ready to go.
American 667, runway 7 left, taxi via Romeo Delta.
Romeo Delta for 7 left, American 667.
Should I put it back in full screen mode now? I'm nervous to do anything like that. What do you think? Are we missing this mountain or what?
American 1601, Albuquerque, center radar contact, say altitude.
Southwest 1601 is passing through 2,000 feet.
Southwest 1601, roger, climb and maintain flight level 370.
370, Southwest 1601.
Blue 21, ready to go.
Blue 2101, Albuquerque, center, roger, runway 7 left, clear for takeoff, wind 140 at 7.
7 clear for takeoff, JetBlue 21.
I feel like I'm flying straight toward that mountain. I'm gonna put it on heading mode and deviate a little bit here. Well, maybe not that much. I'm gonna actually fly the airplane here instead of allowing the cruise control to fly me into the side of a mountain.
Albuquerque Center, Skywest 3165 is ready to go, 7 left to Phoenix.
Skywest 3165, Albuquerque Center, roger, runway 7 left, cleared for takeoff, wind 140 at 7.
Clear for takeoff, runway 7 left, Skywest 3165.
American 2059, cleared direct, Kilo 48 Alpha. It's in your flight plan.
Clear direct, Kilo 48 Alpha, American 1059.
Sorry to give you a couple turns, I just had to build some separation if you didn't want to go up or down.
Yeah, no problem. We don't have the performance for 370 yet, so let you know.
Southwest 2871, leave my airspace to the west, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, good day.
Unicom Southwest 2871, adios.
JetBlue 2101, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
Passenger 3000 for 8, JetBlue 21.
And we'll start turning back
JetBlue
a little bit.
2101, roger, climb and maintain flight level 370.
I'll let the 370 for Max, JetBlue 21.
Skywest 3165, Albuquerque Center, radar contact, say altitude.
Yeah, I'm glad I deviated.
Skywest 3165.
Skywest 3165, roger, turn
right into
left,
this
direct Cardinal, and climb and maintain 16,000.
Alright, direct cartel and maintain 16,000, Skywest 3165.
Center Hill American 187, 25.5 sending via the
American 187, Albuquerque Center, roger, your radar contact, descend via the Hyder 1 arrival, Phoenix landing east, Phoenix altimeter 3002.
I'm just managing my heading right now.
Hyder 1 arrival,
to keep
American
myself
187, thank you.
close to the haha intercept there without hitting the side of any hills.
Albuquerque Center, United 480, we are at the ground at El Paso.
Our desired track right now is 284.
United 480, Albuquerque Center, expect TDC.
So if you look out your left window there, kids, you'll see
31,
a big-ass mountain we almost ran into.
Or 3176, the El Paso airport is at your 12 o'clock and 25 miles port zone site.
We'll put it back into nav mode now and see what she does. Okay, it's almost intercepted here. Still paying attention. There's another peak right there, though.
And 233 Charlie Lima, turn left heading 020.
That's 020, 223 Charlie Lima.
233 Charlie Lima, yep, and you can descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, 223 Charlie Lima.
Followed by a left around the mountain. I think that's what I'm expecting.
Visual approach runway 4.
The visual approach runway 4 is up to 3176.
And Albuquerque Center Southwest 1601, step away for about 20
good,
minutes.
turning right.
Southwest 1601, that's approved as requested, report back.
I'll report back to Southwest 1601.
Roush 617, leaving my airspace to the west, radar services are terminated, frequency change approved, have a good rest of your flight.
Over to Unicom, thank you so much for the ATC, Roush 617.
See you.
And that's us out of ATC. I mean, except for that weird computer hiccup situation for like 10 minutes there, that was pretty smooth through ATC. I'm glad I disconnected and reconnected, sort of realizing that I wasn't hearing any ATC for a while. So, yeah. Bunch of skiing happens here, I bet. That is a primo ski mountain. A gentle slope here on the windward side. What I think is the windward side. Alright, what's our time left? 51 minutes. Okay, so we got a pretty long stretch here between Haha and Queen. Then things start getting busy around Huxley. That's when we need to start decreasing altitude. Still very low. What is the airport altitude? $21.81. Let's go ahead and look up the ATIS here. Altimeter 3009. Already on out there. God, it's still so far to go. I'm ready to be done. It's been a long flight. I think it's my longest flight yet. 6 hours or so. do think the computer's been completely de-glitched. Whatever was going on there. An airport over there? Looks like one. God, it looks deceptively close when I'm looking at SimAware. Just because in context of how far I've gone, it is close. But it's still so far away. It's okay. We'll continue to be patient. We'll get there. We're fantastic on gas. Like, we did not need to cheat fuel at all. No looking at Twitter right now because I'm missing the race. We'll watch it. I'll catch up on it in a minute. Or actually, I guess in about an hour when I'm done with the race. When I'm done with the flight. Glad to be getting this one behind me though, right? I'm glad I've stuck it out and I'm doing this flight. I almost just didn't do it. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I am. Hopefully I stick this landing as well as I did yesterday. Oh, hey! Who's online? Los Angeles Center's online. Guess I'm going to have control going in. Oh, Los Angeles Center's back offline. Like, it was on for like a minute there and then disappeared again. Okay, I guess not then. Getting there. Oh, so slowly getting there. Exciting things incoming. We are at least, like, you know, if we look at our flight here, we're at least in the arrival now. We're in the Rockstar arrival, which is good news. I suppose let's study that plate real fast. I don't have anything to do yet. We're going to stay at 10,000. Well through Petty. Huxley, at Huxley will decrease to 9,000 for Halen. And then we're into the 8,000 for Preno. There's still quite a ways to go before we get to Huxley. Back real quickly at SimAware and make sure that LA Center is truly not online. Yeah, they're not. They were for a moment there. It was weird. Maybe he joined and saw a lot of traffic and was like, oh, hell no. Wow, holding 10,000 even according to SimAware. Like a perfect 10,000, which it's normally like it indicates a little off, north or south, right? A little above, a little below, but I'm showing an even exact 10K. It's a long way in a DC-3, dude. Getting close, getting close. Frankly, ready to be done. Ready to be done. Ready to go do something different. Hmm. 38 more minutes. Come on. Put on our legs here, please. Only 10 more nautical miles to go until Queen. Okay, returning back. Ugh. What's our ETE? Probably still 30-something minutes. 31 minutes. Coming in on sticks. About to hit the plate, though. Getting close-ish. 5 minutes till sticks. Slight right turn. Pardon me. A long flight, man. I'm working on that 200 hours, though. Getting close to it. Just going to check SimAware again real fast since I stepped away. Ugh. Yep. Still offline. There's some approach control, it looks like in Bakersfield. And, is it LAX or Laguna Beach? Hang on. What's this? Irvine? John Wayne. I've flown into there before. For Philo. Balboa Island. I think that's where, or was it Balboa Peninsula where I went and had dinner with the Philo CEO. Eyes are tired after this long flight. I've done exactly 0 sim racing this weekend. I did some week 13 fun stuff in the rain and all that, but like my main focus was just getting this airplane across the country this weekend and keeping up with my RFK charter jet service. Series. Some more mountains over here. Let's watch out for those. Just to look back at that VFR map again. Can I hide the plate? Yeah. All on the 7,000, 7,700, 7,100 to the left, 6,100 there. Red Lake's at 7,500 feet. Like, this is a highly elevated area. I guess I never realized how elevated the terrain around Las Vegas is. One minute until sticks, and then a slight left toward, what is it, Penty? Penty, yeah. Doing okay though. I guess the stream's been live now for 4:46. I think that's how long it's been live. I'm actually not 100% sure that's exactly accurate. It might be about 20 minutes less than that because we had that problem at the beginning, and I'm not sure if OBS is counting that or not. I imagine it is, probably inflated by about 20 minutes. It doesn't show me on YouTube, I don't think. Alright, doing one of our final turns here on our way to Petty. 31 nautical miles, that's 10 minutes. We are not too far, we're only 50 miles away from Huxley, which is when we'll begin descending in 1,000 foot increments, steps. But it's starting to happen. We're getting close. The question is, can I get this thing decelerated nice and smoothly like I did yesterday landing in OKC? Can I get it slowed down and lined up so nicely again? Time will tell shortly. Landing lights are already on. I'm going to double check one more time vPilot, make sure LA Center is not online. Albuquerque Center is still online. We're out of that. Let's double check we have the right QNH set. Airports, Las Vegas, weather, ATIS. Romeo tells me 3009. And I have a little bit higher than that set. Let's set it to 3009. There we go. Slight alteration there. We have 111.5 programmed. Just need to switch it over to localizer when we get close. Oh, let's go ahead and set our final approach, because we changed that a minute ago, didn't we? $259. 259. 21. So that's 22, 23, 24, 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 259. So when we're on approach, we should, if we're on the right glide slope, we should see a perfect crosshairs here and 259 there, and we will also have the localizer horizontally here in our GPS or in our avionics suite. So we do have some technology assisting our eyeballs in getting the airplane down. Six minutes to Petty. The distances between waypoints is getting much shorter now, so as I zoom in, it still feels like there's great distances, but they really aren't. 30 miles here, 10 miles there. $19 to go until Petty. 5.5 minutes, 5:40. Look out the window, make sure we aren't going to run into any big rocks. Look out this window. Pretty view for Brad. I need to set like a next camera button and stuff for this, for the showcase cameras. Old school, baby. Old school. It's not slow. I mean, I know it's slow by modern aviation standards, but this thing's been cruising along comfortably at 190 miles an hour for hours. I just want to see Lake Mead. So close I'm getting antsy. 20 minutes. Rockstar. Then Huxley. Should only be like 5 minutes in between those waypoints, right? Between Petty, Rockstar, Huxley. Those should only be like 5 minutes apiece. So we'll begin our descent at Huxley, down 1,000. We'll start coming off the throttle at about Halen, and that's when we'll begin truly decelerating in for Vegas approach. Oh, look at that. Is that the Bonneville Salt Flats? Isn't that outside of Vegas? Oh no, I guess not. That's over near Salt Lake. So what was that? Salt Flat. White Hills? No? Maybe it doesn't have a name. All the times I've been to Vegas, I've never been to Grand Canyon National Park. It should be right back over there somewhere. I guess that's the Grand Canyon. I guess I just flew over it and missed it. Well, crap. Duh. Ugh, getting so close it hurts. Alright, Petty in 40 seconds. And then Rockstar in 5 minutes, roundabout. 16 minutes ETE, kids. Getting so close. Ready to land. I hope I don't screw it up after this long freaking flight. Okay, we're turning. Should be headed directly toward Lake Mead now. Cool, only 3 minutes to the next one. And then probably another 3 or 4 minutes to Huxley, and then we can begin our descent. So I'm going to start setting up for that. Position the chair. And just to study the plate one more time, we're maintaining 10,000. Rockstar open chart overlay. So just to study it one more time, we're maintaining 10,000 until we get to Huxley, where you have to be between 10 and 13, and then 9,000 or below, and then at Primo we want to be at 8. Prino. I keep saying Primo. Right? Yeah, Primo 8,000 mandatory. So 8,000, 65 at Larry, Shand 48, Relin 38. That's what we need to have handy. In fact, I'm going to put it up over here. Airports, flights. ILS, what am I doing? ILS 26 left, right? Open chart. Putting it on my tablet here. That way I've got it available without having to take over half the screen there. All right, time to land. Coming up on Rockstar, turning right at Rockstar to Huxley. Okay, 2.5 minutes to Huxley. Don't know the geography of the area all that well. Like, I keep wanting to spot Vegas off in the distance. But I guess I'm still too distant to do it. I think it's in this valley over here somewhere. This should be Lake Mead right here, right? Two minutes to Huxley. And we're going to change from alt to VS mode, altitude hold to vertical speed mode. And we'll bring it down to 8,000. So I guess we want to do that probably about 500 or so feet per minute. This should be about right. It's not Vegas there, is it? There's more to it than that. All right, 50 seconds. We are going to pick up a little bit of speed on the descent that I'm going to allow to stay until I get turned on to my final. The final is pretty long. It's 10, 13, 17 miles. And so that's enough time for me to get it slowed down. Okay. Passing Huxley now. Let's begin. Go altitude down. That should bring us down to about 9,000 by the time we get to Halen. And then we'll need to increase our vertical speed down a little bit quicker to be at 8,000 for Preno. Zoom in a little bit here. Oops, wrong way. Picking up a bit of speed. There's the Vegas sprawl. Seeing it now. Don't have the runway in sight anywhere, or airport in sight even. Field in sight, I guess. Real quickly check SimAware. I think it'll automatically switch over, by the way, from GPS to localizer when I get close. Which again, I feel like is an accessibility setting I've got set, because why is the frequency setting itself and why is the avionic suite switching over automatically? These feel like things I should be doing manually, but it doesn't matter. We're good. Look at this, on track. We should be at 9,000 when we reach Halen. And then I'm going to start bringing it down a little bit faster because the distance between Halen, actually I'll bring it down quite a bit faster to Preno. Take it down to like 800 per minute for Preno. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that now. There's Vegas. Can't see the strip or anything yet. I think that's the runway right there, maybe. I should announce. Las Vegas traffic, Roush 617 on the Rockstar 3 approach arrival, heading for runway 26 ILX approach at 8,000. Vegas traffic. Is anyone else in the area even? Yeah, there's a bunch. Okay, coming up on 8,000. Turning left. And let's start slowing this thing down. Okay, push our mixture up, our prop up, prop throttle back. So between prop up and throttle back, it should start to automatically decelerate itself. We'll come way back on the throttle here. Zoom in a bunch. See at Larry, we want to be at 6,500. We're a little high. That's our field right there. Come way off the throttle here. Dropping in speed, that's good, while still descending. Passing 6,000 at Shand, we want to be at 4,800. Not doing bad, not doing bad. Captured the localizer, it looks like a little off left. But I think the... let's turn off autopilot and start hand flying it here. So really bleeding off some speed. Let's get oriented correctly here. Put some throttle back in. Let's see, 5,800 at Shand, 4,800 at Shand. Yeah, we're still way too high. Let's bring it down. Trying to get these needles down here centered up, both of them. Right now too high and too far to the left, but capturing both nice and quickly. Almost time to put down the gear. Come off the throttle again. Let's bring the altitude down. We need to be at 3,800 at Relin. So we're still kind of high here. What's up? The Strip? I see you. Okay, let's go ahead and go down on the gear. Nice, that should slow us down quite a bit. Down to 140. Las Vegas traffic, Roush 617, 5-mile final, ILS runway 26 left, Vegas traffic. Still apparently way too high, so we're going to dive for a moment here, and then we'll arrest it, don't worry. There we go. Nice, much better. Come off into throttle. Almost to flap speed. Let's double check. Gear indicator is green. Trim back a little bit, showing 4 white pappies, so we'll keep trying to descend a little more aggressively. And then as we get close, we'll extend some flaps. I'm going to pull back in just a moment here to completely come off the throttle there. First notch of flaps. Nice, okay. Much better, Ben, much better. 2 white, 2 red. Very nice. Let's add a bit of throttle, coming in kind of light now. And 1 more notch of flaps. Get over left a little bit, a little off there. Look at this. A little off center line, but mostly pretty good. Go ahead and come off most of the throttle here and start to float it in. 1 last notch of flaps for landing. Remember not to hit the tail first like a normal plane. Completely off the throttle. Bounced it a little bit, but not bad. Little right rudder, little right rudder. We'll keep the... Ooh, okay. Yeah, not as good as my landing in OKC, but not bad. Not terrible. Get that tail wheel on the ground. The stutters don't hurt, don't help. The stutters are killing me there. I just wanted to see the Vegas skyline, that's all. Alright. Las Vegas traffic, Roush 617, clear runway 26 left on Alpha 5. Continuing Alpha 5 across 26 right for the Bravo ramp. Look at Vegas, baby. We made it. It's a long freaking flight. A Long flight. And we'll just park here. Okay. Ladies and gents, I hope you had a nice time. A very long way, but we are here. Oh my God, we made it. That felt like such a long flight. Having wild stutters, whatever those glitches were earlier, are still sort of with me. And look how good the payware looks. Well, it looks pretty good. Anyway, I hope you had a lovely time. I sure did, and I will catch you next time around.